Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. With regard to that particular one, it's just one of a series of posts and different things that were put forth by the defendant in his Facebook that shows a preoccupation with sexual things, inappropriate sexual deviancy, things that you wouldn't be putting out to the public because just generally they're disgusting and offensive and sexually provocative. And so therefore I believe that it is a proper bad act that can be proved up in punishment.
It is also protected speech by the First Amendment.
Understand. Do you have any other particular paragraphs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 34.
Mr. Berry, same response?
Yes, sir.
Number 35.
With regard to number 35, Your Honor, there are specific messages that go along with the screenshot that was sent, talking about a young lady that was engaged in a sexual act with the defendant and his girlfriend / fiance. I know she's been referred to as his wife, and I want to correct that. They were never married. They were engaged, so I don't want that to be an issue in this trial. But with regard to that, we do believe that's a bad act that can be proven up.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, any more?
Yes, Your Honor. Number 36.
Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, and in addition to that, and there's several others that I'm sure that we're going to address, that includes admissions of drug use along with the solicitation of a sexual act.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
And Judge, for the purposes of this section, I'm just going to focus on the things related to the sexual activities.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm not waiving any objections to any of the other.
Absolutely.
Okay. Number 38.
38. Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Number 42.
You know what? I'm going to grant your objection on 38.
Number 42.
Okay. Same response, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I would point out that the girl that is displayed in number 42 does not look unlike our victim in this case.
And Your Honor, I would like to point out that the person represented in number 42 is an adult.
I understand.
And just because she is blonde, it doesn't mean that she resembles the deceased.
Okay. Next point.
Number 43.
All right.
Number 56.
All right.
Number 60.
Okay.
Number 63.
Okay.
Number 64.
All right.
Number 72. And that is it for that particular notice.
Okay. Those objections will be overruled, and as they come up, you may have a running objection to their admissibility if they're played in the presence of the jury.
And, Your Honor, may I place my argument against their admissibility on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, what happens in someone's bedroom stays in someone's bedroom. That is between them and consenting adults. The Supreme Court has consistently held that our private lives are our private lives, and they cannot be used as an aggravator in a capital murder case. In the case Andrew v. White, recently the U.S. Supreme Court held that the due process clause can be violated by going into unnecessary and duplicative and multiple incidents that really bear no relevance. In that particular case, upon conviction, the prosecutors talked about the defendant in pejorious terms, called her a whore, called her a slut, held up her underwear in front of the jury. And this is in a capital murder case. They paraded some of her former lovers in to talk about their infidelities. And the Supreme Court said, wait a minute, that's not right. That there can be things that are so prejudicial that they render the punishment phase of a capital trial fundamentally unfair. And that's what we're talking about here. If all of this is admitted, that does render the capital or the punishment phase of this capital trial fundamentally unfair. Now, in the Andrew case, what they were looking for was, with regards to victim impact statements, they asked about that being a categorical bar because of the prejudicial value of them. And I agree with the Supreme Court in that regard, in that there should not have been a per se bar, that it's going to be done on a case-by-case basis and things like that. However, the Supreme Court went on to say that even though we're not going to give you the categorical bar for the victim impact statements, the due process clause is still in effect. And we look at the cumulative nature of the evidence, and we determine whether or not the cumulative nature of that evidence renders a verdict and a trial fundamentally unfair. Quite frankly, Your Honor, these are irrelevant. They're here for no other purpose than to inflame the passions of the jury and to allow the state to make those ridiculous comparisons saying, oh, they're blonde, therefore it must be the decedent, or reminds them of the decedent. Fundamental fairness. And this is not anything new. The Supreme Court has held on numerous occasions that when you have this accumulation of prejudicial evidence that the state brings, that they have crossed the line, that renders a case fundamentally unfair, and the Supreme Court has reversed convictions numerous times based on that. And so that's why we're asking that this not be allowed in. If you want to pick a few and say, you know what, bring that in. You know what, bring that one in. But the cumulative nature of the instances that they are trying to bring in is just fundamentally unfair, especially when you're talking about things that occurred between consenting adults. There's no crime against having a threesome. There is no crime in trying to find somebody else to have a threesome. There is no crime in bragging about your sexual escapades. If our president can brag about it and do his locker room talk, then, and that's not held against him, then why should that be used as an aggravator in a capital case to try to give Mr. Horner the death penalty? And that's what we're talking about. This is a life and death situation. And when we're talking about fundamental fairness, it is exceptionally and incredibly more important in a capital case because we don't get do-overs if he's executed. And so that's why we're asking that if you're not willing to exclude all, then you need to at least exclude some to take away the taint of the fundamental unfairness.
Your argument is received and the ruling remains the same. Are there on the other notices, do we need to address any of them in the other notices?
There will be some, Your Honor.
Do you want to wait until they come up and address them as they come up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that will be the best for the ones in the supplemental notice from November the 19th of 2025. And that also might be best for the second supplemental notice for December 8th.
Does the state anticipate having any of that testimony today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we can address that as it gets closer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I believe the state had indicated that the majority of these others would be coming in the form of their expert witness. And so what I will do is I will reserve my objections to these other ones and address them as they arise.
Okay.
Your Honor, with regard, I just don't want there to be any mistake. I mean, the second supplemental notice, those are items that will come in, not the second supplemental, the first supplemental notice, the one that's in the middle. Those are items that are going to come in through the victims and the extraneous victims.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not through an expert.
Right, I understand.
No,
Yeah.
I was referring to the rest of them in the first notice.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay. Anything else we need to do before we break to open the courtroom to let everybody get seated?
Judge, we do need to re-urge our motion for continuance.
Okay, that's denied. Anything else?
How long do you think it will take? Because I have to go to the war room and grab something.
Let's shoot for 9:20. That's 10 minutes. Would that give you enough time? Okay. 9:20, everybody.
You're watching live continuing coverage on the CBS Texas stream. The court has just taken a short morning recess in the capital murder trial here in Tarrant County. This is the first day of proceedings in the trial of Tanner Horner, the former FedEx driver accused in the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand. Testimony has been underway today as both sides begin the legal process. Horner is charged with capital murder, and if convicted, he could face the death penalty. We will continue to stream the trial live right here on the CBS Texas stream and on our CBS Texas YouTube channel. As a reminder, this is a live courtroom feed, and some content may be graphic when proceedings resume. We'll take a short break as the court is in recess and return when testimony You're watching continuing coverage on the CBS Texas stream. As this trial continues, we wanted to provide some additional legal context. Before the trial started, we spoke with Paul Coggins, a legal expert and former U.S. attorney, about this case and what stands out to him from a legal perspective. Here's his take on the trial and what could matter most moving forward.
Wanted to ask you, what makes this case different from a typical murder trial?
Well, I mean, I think what's brought this case a huge amount of attention, obviously, is the nature of the victim. That's brought a huge amount of attention. You know, the young age of the victim, the vulnerability of the victim brought a huge amount of coverage to the case. In fact, that coverage is what led the case from being moved from Wise County, where the killing occurred, to Tarrant County, where the case will be tried. But I think also the autism defense, which is probably all that the defense has, you know, in their arsenal. They don't have a whole lot in their arsenal. They have filed 30 motions, and some of those motions seek to throw out the defendant's confession, throw out any evidence that was seized on his phone and things like that. You know, barring success on those, it's one of these cases where the actual guilt or innocence phase of the trial is less important than the sentencing phase of the trial. You know, the guilt and if the confession comes in, obviously the guilt and innocence phase of the trial will be pretty cut and dry. He did it. He confessed to having done it. You know, he gave his story about why he killed her. And then you will get into where the defense is really focusing its efforts, and that's on the sentencing phases, and arguing that because of his autism, he falls within that line of cases that deal with intellectually disabled, intellectually challenged individuals. And sometimes the courts have found that they are so intellectually disabled that they cannot be executed, you know, pursuant to the 8th Amendment of the Constitution. So they're trying to fall within that level. So they will have some form of expert testimony. They may save that expert testimony for the sentencing phase, where it really could have an effect, as opposed to rolling it out during the guilt or innocence phase, which, as I said, will be kind of cut and dry. This is one of those cases, and this is the other thing about a capital murder case. I think it's true of many criminal cases. They say the case is won or lost at jury selection. And I think the jury selection part of this is going to be huge. Obviously, with the state trying to weed out any jurors that they think are either fundamentally opposed to the death penalty or squeamish about imposing the death penalty, and the defense looking for jurors who do have qualms about the death penalty. So, you know, that jury selection in capital murder cases often takes longer than the trial itself takes.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I had it written down earlier, but it was, I think they started off at 300 people and then narrowed it down to, it was 300 people, and they dismissed 57 immediately. I think there were 243 people remaining. And anyways, you just had to keep narrowing it down to 55 and then 12, you know, and then the 2 extras. So that leads me to my next question.
There's two aspects to that, Lauren. One aspect is just qualms about the death penalty and issues about the death penalty and imposing the death penalty. And the other is just length of the trial. And, you know, you find some people, particularly people have a business and it's a solo practitioner business, you know, they often can't afford to be away from their business for weeks or even months at a time. So the judge will grant, you know, generally hardship exemptions for people like that. So it's tough to seat a juror in a lengthy trial. And when you take a capital murder trial, it's tough. It's even tougher.
Yeah, and I heard that at the Prairie Land trial, it was kind of similar, as in you didn't know how long it was going to go. It was going to be long, but you had a lot of people that couldn't commit to that because they were business owners, and you know they were the sole,
or they have sole care of you know, their mother, their father,
Exactly.
or children, or something like that. So there are all sorts of issues that weigh into this. And oftentimes, the lengthier a trial, the more likely you are to get retired individuals, older people on the trial. So we may be facing an older jury here.
That's a really good perspective. Wanted to ask you, how difficult is it to find jurors who could be impartial to a high-profile case like this involving a child?
Yeah, that's another thing that, makes this difficult because the amount of coverage on it means people, anybody who follows the news, on TV, follows you on TV or, reads a newspaper or even talks to neighbors has likely heard about this case. I mean, I remember I mentioned it to my family and they said, "Oh, you mean the FedEx case?" Because, I mean, it has gotten that much publicity. Just because you've read about a case doesn't necessarily mean you get kicked off the jury or exempted from the jury for that reason. Because what the judge is interested in is, even if you have read something, even if you have had some exposure to the case, can you put that aside and base your verdict on what you hear in the courtroom? That's what both sides are entitled to, frankly. Now, you'll have people who will come in and they say, "Look, I've read so much and I've heard so much about this case that I really don't think I can be fair." I mean, you'll have people who will try to get off the jury and they may succeed in getting off the jury because they basically tell the court, "I don't think I can be, I don't think I can start at ground zero here." And give both sides a fair shake. And the judge may believe them on that. So the amount of publicity is also something that will make the case a little more difficult to seat a jury in. And it'll take longer to seat the jury in here. And it'll certainly take longer to seat the jury than I think it's going to take to do, as I said, on the guilt or innocence phase of it. Because, as I said, if that confession comes in,
Thank you for joining us on CBS News Texas Streaming. I'm Danica Hill. We are coming to you with breaking news. We do know that the man accused in the Athena Strand case has now pleaded guilty to capital murder. We want to show you quickly that opening statements has begun in this. The judge letting the jury know in this case that they will now move forward in the punishment phase of this. They will be listening to evidence as this trial goes on to then determine what punishment Tanner Horner will be facing. He was accused of killing Strand back in 2020 in front of her home in Wise County. We do have a crew on the scene there inside of the courthouse standing by, prepared to give us updates on this. We do know Trevor Sahaki has been standing by as well, waiting to deal with this, with learning this new information this morning. Trevor, if you're available to speak with us this morning, kind of talk us through what things look like there in the courthouse this morning.
Well, like you said, Danica, they've already started the opening statements part of this trial. And for the most part, this trial will now continue as you would expect a regular trial to go if they were going to determine whether he was guilty or not guilty. It's just now the jury will determine what kind of punishment he will have. As you may recall, previously he had pled not guilty to that capital murder charge, and they were going to go through the entire trial, opening statements, witness questioning, counter questioning, all of that, including closing statements, of course, as well. But now this trial, like you said, it switches into the punishment phase, where the jury, they'll still get to listen to everything. They're still going to go through those opening statements. They're still going to question all these witnesses. They're going to go through all of that, and then the jury will decide what kind of punishment Tanner Horner will face for the murder of Athena Strand. Now, this jury, as we now found out, there's been no plea deal, nothing like that. Typically in these kinds of cases, when I've talked to attorneys before, when they plead guilty in a case like this, it's more just because they want to get through maybe some of the pain that people could face by having to rehash all of these really memories over and over again. And so what they do, they plead guilty in order to kind of just move it forward, because they're like, they have a hard time thinking that they're going to win and get a not guilty verdict. And so they decide, okay, we are instead going to just plead guilty and try and hope that we can get some leeway from the jury in order to not get the death penalty, because the Wise County District Attorney has said previously that he plans on going for the death penalty in this case. case. Now, obviously, the defense is trying to avoid that. Their previous plan, we expected them to try and use Tanner Horner's autism to try and avoid the death penalty in this case. We can assume that they're still going to try and do that. Of course, the death penalty is something that the defense wants to avoid. They're going to try and get something like life in prison instead of the death penalty for this. And they hope that pleading guilty brings them a little goodwill with the jury so they are able to get a better verdict out of this. Now, like you said, this case, it brought a lot of attention inside the courtroom. In fact, almost all of the women, especially in the courtroom, were wearing pink. We saw a lot of pink in there. Our reporter inside, Lauren Crawford, she said that it looked like about 80% of the courtroom was wearing pink in support of Athena Strand, the 7-year-old. And the judge was okay with that. He saw no reason to have any issue with that. Now, they did just send all of the people that were outside, that were kind of witnesses to this entire trial. They just put them inside. No phones were allowed in there as well. Everyone is sitting quiet. There are some people in the media overflow room as well that are watching with us, the media, in there. Like you said, opening statements did just start. We are still getting some notes. So, Danica, I'm going to send it back to you as I read some of the notes from Lauren Crawford, but we should be able to get a little bit more for you in about 30 seconds or so if you want to toss it back to me then.
Absolutely, Trevor. So you heard it there that this man, Tanner Horner, has pled guilty to capital murder. As Trevor mentioned there, we're not aware of any sort of plea deal. This is just a full-on guilty plea. Now, the judge did say before the opening statements, instructing the jurors to listen closely and carefully, that they will no longer be determining his guilt. They'll be determining his punishment. So as Trevor mentioned, as I've mentioned, they are going to go through this trial, presenting all of the evidence, bringing in witnesses so that the jury is able to give the correct punishment to Tanner Horner in this case. If Trevor's had a chance to kind of run through this, I'd like to go back with him as well and talk about some of this. I also have been looking through some of Lauren's notes as she is talking, as she's sitting in the courthouse as this is all happening right in front of her. She's been providing notes with us. This is something that we have continued to monitor, and we're expecting this to go on a lot longer. Trevor, now that you've had a chance to kind of look through some of Lauren's notes and kind of this surprise guilty plea this morning, what are some of the things that you're noticing as this trial is expected to continue?
Well, really, it's the pathos argument here, Danica. It's really trying to figure out the emotion of the jury and direct their emotion in one way or another, because a lot of times these decisions of a jury, especially when it comes to a death penalty case, when you're deciding whether someone lives or whether someone dies, a lot of that comes down to emotions. Now that really the big fact of the case, did he kill Athena Strand? Now that he's pled guilty to that big fact of the case, they now wipe that away, and it's come down to okay, how can we direct the emotion of the jury? And what Lauren is telling us right now is that the prosecutor has begun their opening statements. They're really trying to set the tone. As you might remember, the mother of Athena Strand, she told us back when Tanner Horner first was arrested and all of that went down back in 2022, 2023, she told us that Horner was a FedEx delivery driver, as we've previously reported, and he was on his way to deliver Christmas toys, Barbie toys it was, to the family for Christmas. And the prosecutor is using that in their opening statement, saying that delivery drivers, they typically bring happiness and joy, really setting up that emotional contrast between what delivery drivers are supposed to bring around the Christmas time and what the prosecutor says Tanner Horner brought himself, which was, of course, they would say a great deal of sadness and heartbreak to the Strand family. Now, I just want to give you an idea of how we're getting all this information in case anybody out there is wondering, because I am out here, I'm outside the courthouse, just so you understand, all this trial is happening right back there, right where you can see that officer over there, and that is trial room C. There's also trial room E, that's right here. This is where the media and some overflow members that are witnesses, they're all in there. Right now, our reporter, Lauren Crawford, she is inside there. She's listening to the trial as it's happening, but it's actually happening in the next room, and she is writing all of her notes in a shared document that we're all looking at, so we're able to get those up-to-the-minute updates for you as they continue to come in, Danica.
Hey, Trevor, thank you so much for that recap of everything that's going on inside of there. We do want to let our viewers know that we are streaming the opening statements. As he mentioned, the prosecution just began their opening statements in this, the opening arguments. That's something we are going to continue to carry throughout today, as well as this trial continues throughout the rest of the week. We are prepared. As you heard him say, Trevor is outside of there. We've got Lauren inside. So I want to make sure that you are aware and that you know that we've got you covered on this case, which now is going to continue on into the punishment phase. Thank you for joining us on CBS News Texas streaming. Stay with us if you would like to continue to watch the entirety of the trial.
We find her body, and you know, throughout this whole time when we're looking for the body, you know, when we ask people what happened, you know, sometimes they take responsibility. Not this guy. Every part of that, even before we found her body, is woe is me. Worried about what's going to happen to me. Worried about why I'm not going to see my kid again. Worried about me. Selfish. We haven't even found her body yet, and he's worried about that. But he's so concerned about diverting law enforcement from what's going on.
The signature color of the decedent in this case, Athena Strand, and they have been asked repeatedly over the last 3 years to do pink outs, wear pink in support of Athena. And so we just want the record to reflect the number of people that are here in the gallery that are wearing pink, just in case it becomes an issue later on.
I don't see anything in the clothing that indicates any type of advocating for a certain position or anything like that, so your notice is noted. Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to work.
Ready, Judge?
Just right here. Yeah. All rise for the jury, please. Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. I apologize for the delay. I need all of you to raise your right hands for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Tanner Lynn Horner, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence to help you God? I do. All right. Everyone may be lower your hand. Mr. Horner, if you would stand, please. Mr. Berry, you may arraign the defendant.
Thank you. May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Wise, state of Texas, duly selected, impaneled, sworn, charged, and organized as such during the January term AD 2023 of the 271st Judicial District Court for said county, upon their oaths present in and to said court at said term, that Tanner Lynn Horner, hereinafter styled defendant, on or about the 30th day of November 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, Athena Strand, by strangling and or smothering and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with the defendant's hand, the defendant's foot, and or the defendant's body, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit kidnapping of Athena Strand, and signed against the peace and dignity of the state by the foreperson of the grand jury.
Mr. Horner, to the charge of capital murder, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will accept your plea. You may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when a defendant pleads guilty to an offense, I have done admonishments to him outside of your presence and am satisfied that this guilty plea is given freely and voluntarily. So as we get into the trial, I will give you an instruction at the appropriate time for you to find him guilty. Okay? There will no longer be a first phase of the trial where you will be determining whether or not guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. I will give you an instruction to find him guilty. So now your sole duty will be to listen to all of the evidence that is going to be presented to you, because you will be using that evidence to determine the proper punishment to be assessed. You will hear the evidence in the same manner, I anticipate, had Mr. Horner pled not guilty. You may use that evidence in your determination in answering the questions that we talked about to you in the individual jury selection interviews, okay? So I just wanted to let you know you're going to hear the evidence, but you're only going to be dealing with punishment, all right? State wishes to make an opening statement.
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Stanton.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object showing evidence in opening statements.
That's overruled.
Little change of plans this morning. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is what this case is about, right here. You know, when I looked at this case, most lawyers, when they have these types of cases, they have kind of a theme of the case, something that sits with them, something that touches them here. And in this case, I looked at Paul in 2 Corinthians when he said, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And that's what we have here. Let me tell you a little bit about what you're going to see today, what you're going to see over the next few weeks. We're going to present all the same evidence that you would have seen before in guilt, but that's going to be expanded to include the punishment evidence as well. So you're going to get it all in one package, okay? Let me tell you how this is going to begin. What we're going to start with first is we're going to introduce you to Athena, which is the most important thing, and that's the reason why we're here. So let me give you a little evidence here. Athena's last day. She was in school. She was in Miss Thompson's first grade class. She had a rough day that day, and you'll hear Miss Thompson talk about that. She's strong-willed, very precocious. She's 7. Miss Thompson's going to talk to you a little bit about that last day and tell you what went on and why that's important. You've heard that name over and over, Athena Strand, born May 23rd, 2015. It's sad that we have to talk about a child in the past tense, who she was, what she liked, who were her friends, who were her parents. It's sad that we have to have this discussion, but that's the evidence that we have to bring you. That's the evidence that's important. Now, in this particular case, I'll tell you a little bit about this picture. Athena had just gotten back from spending some time at her mom's house in Oklahoma. 4 days before she was murdered is when that picture was taken by her mother. Now, November 30th, 2022 is a Wednesday. Kids had just gotten back from Thanksgiving break. Any of y'all have ever been in school, you know that that's a bit of a chaotic time for a teacher. They just got back, and what are they looking forward to? Christmas, right? And who's arriving for Christmas? What I like to call the modern day Santa Claus. Amazon, right? FedEx, UPS, all of the people that we look forward to. And even us as adults, I know for me personally, I look forward to motorcycle parts. And I know my wife looks forward to things like essential oils and devotional books. I know those things. And like I said, that's why I refer to it as the modern day Santa Claus. And I was going to try to do this without my glasses, but it is not working. So here's the way this is going to happen. When Tanner Horner rolled up that day, he rolled up alone. He rolled up bringing what we thought would be joy and happiness and a package. And you're going to see the package, and you're going to see what he was bringing. Why wouldn't Athena be happy to see the FedEx guy, right? He's got a Walmart box. Well, that's not what he brought that day. What you're going to see is that he brought violence, fear, and death. That's what he brought with him. He did not bring with him the joy and happiness that the delivery drivers normally bring. So first off, I want to apologize to y'all for what we're going to have to bring you. The evidence in this case is rough. It is not what I want to show anyone, but it's what's required. It's what's required to show you what he did. And I want to apologize to you now. We're going to do our very best to limit it, to provide you what you need, but I'm the kind of DA, I'm going to bring you all the evidence, okay? And I feel like it's important you know the complete story. Now, we know a little bit now about Athena, and you're going to hear about her. What about Tanner Horner? Tanner Horner shows up, delivers a package, leaves with Athena. Now, I'm going to put you as close as you can be without actually being there that day. We have video of it, and we're going to show it to you. Now, you may be thinking, wow, maybe we have video of the whole thing. Nope. Somebody covered up the camera because they don't want you to see. Guess what? Audio's still running, and you're going to hear it. You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up. Now, the important part of this is, what's the truth? It's time to get to the truth. The only truthful thing that Tanner Horner told law enforcement was that he killed her. The pattern and web of lies that he put together, it's going to be hard for y'all to keep up with. It is lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. We have lies about what we did the day before. We have lies about what we did the day of. We have lies about where her body was. We have lies about whether or not she was clothed or not. We have lies and lies and lies. It is hard to keep up with. The only thing he told the truth about was he killed her. So you're going to hear multiple stories. None of them are true. What's the story that was told in the beginning? That he hit her with a truck. That he somehow freaked out because he thought he was going to lose his job or she was going to tell on him. He picked her up, still freaked out, and killed her. That is an absolute lie. There is no truth to that in any form or fashion. None. Zero, zip, not nudge. No truth to that whatsoever. In fact, the first words out of Tanner Horner's mouth whenever the ranger first encountered him, when he first encountered him, the ranger says, "Is she alive?" And he says, "She wasn't alive when I put her in the truck." I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to see right up front here, She was very much alive and very much uninjured when he put her in the truck. Let me tell you something stuck with me here, what you're going to hear when we get to that video. First thing Tanner Horner says to Athena when he picks her up, puts her in that truck, he leans down and he says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." He says that twice. You're going to hear it. We're going to put it on screen for you. That's the first thing out of his mouth. He made good on it. Now, where do we go from there? Now, you're going to be able to hear it all on audio. But I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing you're going to hear that is something that you can't unhear is the level of fight that a 7-year-old girl has when she's facing down certain death. We talk about warriors in America. I'll tell you, that little girl right there is a warrior. She fought with the strength of 100 men. Three days later, we catch up. 3 days later, they took us. What's Tanner Horner during all this time? Good question, right? What's he doing? He's delivering packages just like normal. Made it to work right on time. Made sure that he got the same FedEx truck so we could have his mobile crime scene with him the entire day. This is planning. This is preparation. He knew what was going on. He drove through the scene that day. He drove right through the scene that day. You're going to have video from his truck driving right through that scene, right where he kidnapped her, right where he took her away, and talking to people. What happened? What went on? What happened? In the same truck he killed her in. This is the level of cold-heartedness that you're going to see. Now, we finally locate her. And how do we locate her? Hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement personnel. Canines, dogs, thermal imaging. The Ranger had helicopters moving 24/7 looking for her, searching for her, all believing that they were going to find her alive. Where did we find her? We found her at a place called Bobo Crossing. Now, I grew up in Wise County, and I lived not too far away from where her body was dumped. And I have no idea why they call it Bobo Crossing. I haven't found anybody who knows why they call it Bobo Crossing, but that's what they call it. It's probably got a county road number, but nobody knows what it is. People just know what this is. It's a little bit south of Boyd, off of Highway 730. We'll show you some maps. But that's where we found her. We found her where he pitched her off naked in the water. That's where we found her. How did we get to that point? Well, it wasn't without a lot of hard work by the FBI, Texas Rangers, Wise County Sheriff, deputies. We finally locate her. But how did we get to locate her? Well, Tanner Horner made it as difficult as possible to locate her. Again, with more lies upon lies upon lies. Where's her body? Where's her body? It's over here. It's over here. So on and so forth. It's just too much to keep up with, to be honest with you. So many lies. But we find her body. And you know, throughout this whole time when we're looking for the body, you know, when we ask people what happened, you know, sometimes they take responsibility. Not this guy. Every part of that, even before we found her body, is woe is me. Worried about what's going to happen to me. Worried about why I'm not going to see my kid again. Worried about me. Selfish. We haven't even found her body yet, and he's worried about that. But he's so concerned about diverting law enforcement from what's going on. So concerned from diverting law enforcement from deciphering just simply where her body is, that he conjures a whole other persona out of thin air. And all the Ranger had to do is look over at him and say, "Hey, I want to talk to the other guy." Okay, we'll talk to the other guy, and we'll tell you what happened. But that other guy lies as much as it was before. And that's the problem with all of this. We finally find her body, and here's what you're going to see once we find her body. Now, this is where we start getting into punishment. Obviously, the judge has already talked to you about At some point, he's going to instruct you to find him guilty in that particular case. We're going to talk to you a little bit about punishment. Now, I hadn't planned on talking about punishment today. Change of events. Got to switch gears. What does punishment look like? Well, we have DNA. Not only do we have initial DNA from Athena that has Tanner Horner's DNA under her fingernails, we also have DNA, Tanner Horner's DNA, in places where you shouldn't find DNA on a 7-year-old girl. We're going to take you back in time. We're going to show you what Tanner Horner did to prepare for this, covering up the camera, setting this up. And he was there 24 hours before on the same road at a different house with a different girl. It looks eerily similar to what you're going to see on Athena's video the night before. Again, preparation, planning, okay? So let's talk a little bit about what you may see in this particular case. We're going to show you the whole video, and we're going to show you how he did it, because I think that's important. It's an hour. It's not 5 minutes. It's an hour. And it's not just one time that he's trying to kill her. It's over and over and over again. You can hear the banging in the truck. You can hear the screams. This is what's coming. It didn't happen fast. Now, when it comes to punishment, you guys know there are 2 questions, right? Future danger mitigation. We talked to them ad nauseum when you guys were doing Fort Dyer. I'll submit to you that the level of violence that one person can inflict on a child is important. But you're also going to hear all about this individual. You're also going to hear about past and present. And I submit to you that you're also going to hear a bunch of stuff about how he's got some kind of life problems. He's got some kind of medical problems. He's got some kind of this. He's got some kind of that. I anticipate all of that coming up. I anticipate a long line of experts rolled up in here telling you just about how problematic this guy is. That's what's to be expected. It's all an excuse. Okay? It's all an excuse for somebody who's done this. So I submit to you, when we get to that, it's going to take a little bit. We're going to try to streamline it as much as we can. Okay? But it's important. I'm going to leave you with this. When we talk to people about Athena, I told you in the beginning we have to talk about her in the past tense, which is very sad. Remember why we have to talk about it in the past tense. Today, we're about a month away, a little more than a month away from Athena's birthday. She would have been 11. Would have been 11. She would have been looking forward to summertime. She would have been in the 4th grade. Key word is would. It's in the past tense, and we know why. We're ready to present this case to you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Judge.
Mr. Goble, do you wish to make an opening? I'm sorry?
We wish to make an opening, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Goble.
Please, the court.
Yes, sir.
Sarah, you can leave it on the easel.
There you go.
Morning. About this time last year, in the NBA playoffs, there was a player named Tyrese Halliburton, and he played for the Indiana Pacers, and they were ranked like 4th in the East, something like that. But he led that team to the finals. against the best team in the league, the Oklahoma City Thunder. We got him all the way to Game 7. But he was injured. If someone's physically injured, you could see it. You could see him limp. Maybe he had a calf injury. Gets to that Game 7, starts out hot, hits 3 3-pointers, they're winning. He's in the game, they're winning. He's out of the game, they're losing. And then his Achilles snaps. I don't know if you've seen that before, but that's a very visible injury. You can see that tendon go up under the skin. You can see him hit the ground, pound on it, pain, frustration, and you know he's done. Not playing anymore. When someone has a physical injury, we kind of understand. You're not going to run as fast. If you're an amputee, you're not going to jump as high. We knew he was playing hurt. We still wanted to play through it. We still wanted him to win, right? Once that snaps, you know he's done. He's not going to play anymore. I like to say we understand. If you wanted him to win, you're still not happy about it. When someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it. It's not visible at a glance. We don't treat it the same. We want people to push through it. We want them to be okay. We're talking about a developmental issue, talking about a mental illness, brain damage. Well, you should outgrow that. Everybody's sad sometimes. You got strength, just use your strength to make up for the deficits. A bone that's 99% unbroken is still a broken bone. It's not going to support the weight. It's not going to do its job. There are experts that can tell you, measure, testing, research, what's wrong with the brain, why it's not functioning the way you expect it to. They can show you causal links between what's wrong with the brain and how someone behaves, why they don't fit in, why they don't function the way someone who doesn't have those deficits functions. But do we really need that? It's not true that we don't know when something's wrong with someone. We know that someone ain't right. They don't pick up on the social cues. They can't solve the problems they should be able to solve with the intelligence they have. They can't put themselves in someone else's shoes the way everyone else does, the way you have. Tanner's injury actually began before he was born. His mother, God bless her, Melissa Horner, was working as a stripper when she was pregnant. And one of the ways she was able to get on stage and do her job was to drink alcohol. If you're exposed to alcohol prenatally before you're born, it doesn't have to be a lot. It can be in the first trimester. We know now that if it's just on the wrong days of gestation, it will cause permanent injuries. Now, Melissa continued throughout Tanner's life to this day to have issues with substance abuse with the law. So she was not there for him a lot. Kind of in and out of her care. His dad, unfortunately, had similar issues, more legal, more substance abuse, and he wasn't there much either. So he was raised by Jackie Harbison. Jackie is a wonderful grandmother, and she's done the best she can with him. She had him tested at a young age, and the school determined he had Asperger's, which is now considered a form of autism spectrum disorder. Now, autism ranges from there's some mild quirks, some social issues, things like that, all the way up to being unable to function. That's why they call it a spectrum. Tanner received services throughout his school life until he was 18. Autism is one of those things, though, that you're taught skills to deal with. It doesn't go away. It's not something you outgrow. A lot of people, as they get to adulthood, learn skills and are able to cope. You're going to hear evidence about Tanner's autism. Tanner, unfortunately, has also suffered various mental illnesses throughout his life, been diagnosed, he's received treatment for, and some of those are ongoing. We will hear about those and what issues he has there. And finally, you will hear evidence that Tanner at some point, presumably during his developmental years, was exposed to a massive amount of lead. Testing shows that he has 24 times the amount of lead that a person his age should have in his bones. You don't have to be a scientist or a doctor to know that lead has terrible effects on the brain and on the body. Why does this matter? Well, remember back in the beginning when we went through, the judge told you, the state told you, the defense told you how important the presumption of innocence is. How important the state's burden of proof is. They have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Tanner has done what he can today by pleading guilty, accepting that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, I understand I have a different perspective on this because I've represented a lot of defendants who won't do that. The evidence is overwhelming. The state said it's terrible. I hate that we all have to sit through it together. But all across America today, there are defendants that are relying on that presumption of innocence and that burden of proof in their cases to try to get a non-guilty verdict, no matter how the evidence is stacked against them. You even heard in that group 4 years that we did that the state suggested we might try to get a non-capital verdict in this case, a lesser included offense. We're not going to do any of that. So where does that leave you? We've already talked about it. That's why we spent the time in individual board hour going over everything. You've taken that oath now, that second oath we talked about, to follow the law. And the law in Texas never requires a death penalty. The law in Texas is always satisfied with life without parole.
Objection to argument, Your Honor.
Life without parole is a terrible punishment. You are being asked to use your personal moral judgment to apply that special issue number 1 to the evidence that you do here. It's going to take a while. It'll be from both sides. But remember, that's whether there's a probability that the defendant will commit criminal acts of violence that constitute a continuing threat to society. We believe when you heard the evidence, you realize that the type of damage that Tanner has to his brain actually makes him a good candidate for structure and rules. It's probably what he's always needed. And when he goes to prison, he will be under threat. He will not be the one threatening anyone. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that he is a continuing threat to society, then you'll use your personal moral judgment to consider that second question. Whether or not there's a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant a life sentence instead of a death sentence. We talked about that already too. What is a sufficient mitigating circumstance from the evidence? It's whatever you find sufficient to justify a life sentence. Remember, you don't have to agree on why he isn't a continuing threat to society, and you don't have to agree on what a mitigating circumstance is. When you do see this evidence, the break is obvious. The only way to ignore that damage came, that break came from the damage that was already there, It's just like with Halliburton, if you ignore that his calf was already injured. That's how an Achilles tendon snaps. We still expected him to push through and win. We still expected Tanner to push through and be a father and be a productive citizen and be all the things that we wanted him to be. But he just didn't do it. So what I'm asking you to do is to not close your eyes to what you see about who Tanner is and how that applies to those two special issues. Not close your ears and not listen, not pretend that damage to the brain isn't real. Speak up, fulfill your oath, sentence him to life without parole.
Lindsey Thompson.
Lindsey Thompson. Thompson, come right here, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat. You would raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you testify. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Staten.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thompson, would you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, my name is Lindsey Thompson, Lindsey, Thompson, Thompson.
Ms. Thompson, I noticed you're wearing a green jacket there that has an emblem on it. What's that for?
I am a first grade teacher at Paradise Elementary in Paradise ISD.
Can you tell us a little bit about where Paradise is located?
Paradise is about 40 miles northwest of Fort Worth. A very small town, population under 1,000. Very small schools, one stoplight. Your typical small town.
And tell me about Paradise ISD. How many kids do they have, and what size school is it?
UIL classifies us as a 3A district. We have about 100 students per grade level, give or take a little bit.
And you said you're a first grade teacher?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a first grade teacher?
I have been at Paradise ISD this is my 7th year, and prior to that I was in another district for 5 years teaching first grade.
So you're kind of a permanent first grade teacher?
Yes, I do love first grade.
So in your class, in Ms. Thompson's class, on average, about how many kids do you have in your class?
Between 18 and 20.
Now I'm going to take you back a little bit, if you will, back to it's been a few years, to the 2022 school year, okay? Were you teaching first grade then?
Yes, I was.
And did you have the same 18 to 20 kids?
Yes, I did.
Now, during that school year, did you have a chance to have a student in your class by the name of Athena Strand.
I did.
And tell me, when did she come to your class?
The first time I met Athena was at Meet the Teacher night. Her stepmom brought her in, and I vividly remember her coming in. She had all of her supplies. She was so excited about being at school. I can just still remember her just standing there, just excited to be there. And that was the first time that I met Athena.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of student was she?
I adored Athena. She was so much fun. She was a free spirit. She loved drawing. She loved to write. She loved to color. She was just your typical, 7-year-old little girl that just loved life. She would come in with, stickers on her hands. She loved to dress up. Like, she truly was a free spirit. Like, there's no other word to describe her. Like, she definitely was a true gem.
I'm going to bet when you say free spirit, is that kind of a nice way of saying that she might have been a little more enthusiastic in your class than some other kids?
Yes. She's one that would stand up for herself, and she would speak her mind when she wanted to. She loved to talk and socialize with her friends, but that's just who made her who she was.
So let me ask you, how long, you said it was Meet the Teacher night. Well, when does Meet the Teacher night normally happen in a year?
In August, like about the week before school starts.
And then she was in your class through when?
November 30th, 2022.
Now, just so that we're clear, can you describe her physically for the jury?
Yes, she was thin and petite. She had blonde hair that sometimes she'd wear up, but most of the time it was down, wavy. She had perfect color skin, but she was always smiling.
Judge Mann?
Yes.
Showed you 2 pictures. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And these are states 1 and 2. Who is that in those pictures?
That is Athena Strand.
And is that what she looked like the last time you saw her?
Yes.
All right. Judge Jackson admits states 1 and 2.
Have you seen a tender to defense?
Oh, I'm sorry. You did that yesterday.
Tender to defense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How long would it take, Your Honor, if we could just...
Sure.
I thought we had it on drive. I'm sorry.
Okay.
States Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted.
We published 1 and 2?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can all the members of the jury see the display
yes.
board?
Sorry.
No. Can all the members see the display board? Okay.
All right, well, when the computer figures itself out, we'll talk about that in a second, all right? Let me go. Let me ask you, let me take you to November of 2022 in any given school year. What is going on in November of 22 in any given school year in Ms. Thompson's first grade class?
Well, at the end of November, we are getting ready for Christmas, so it's a little bit chaotic, but everyone is super excited about Christmas coming, so we're doing Christmas crafts, writing Santa letters, just all the fun things that bring magic to first graders back at school.
You said that's at the end, right? Do you have some type of Thanksgiving break in the middle?
We do, yes.
And so let me take you to November 2022. Do you remember when Thanksgiving break was that year?
It would have been the week before November 30th.
Okay. So let's talk about a couple of things. Thanksgiving break, obviously good for students and teachers, right? Let me ask you, what is it like when kids come back from that Thanksgiving break?
It's a little bit chaotic, just because they know Christmas is coming. So they're just super excited. And so we, do lots of different activities to keep them engaged and still, ready to learn. Yes.
You said that after Thanksgiving break is we start looking towards Christmas. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about another time during school, and it's something that is commonly called Red Ribbon Week. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what Red Ribbon Week is.
Red Ribbon Week is a week where it usually falls around Halloween, but we focus on making good choices, whether it be who we interact with, things we put in our body. It's, like I said, it's around Halloween, so we talk a lot about, the candy that you have in your basket, make sure that your parent checks that before, but it's really just about safety and being aware of your surroundings and teaching kids that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Tell me what you notice about that picture.
She is wearing her Hocus Pocus shirt, and she did love Halloween and love dressing up.
So, was Athena in your class after you come back from Thanksgiving break?
She was.
And doing those activities you talked about?
Yes.
And was she there during Red Ribbon Week that year?
Yes, she was.
Right. Judge it for me. Show you the warrant, State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a journal entry from Athena's journal.
And how do you know that's from Athena's journal?
The following day after she was found, I looked in her journal at school, and this was the last entry in her journal.
And you recognize that as her journal?
Yes, it is.
Take me down to Mid-States 4.
Yeah, this one will object hearsay, relevance, more prejudicial than probative, and due process.
Objections overruled. State's Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, you said something about you knew when exactly that you noticed this in her journal. When exactly was that?
It would have been on December 1st, 2022.
And we know Athena was murdered on November 30th.
Yes.
What day was that you found that?
It was Saturday, December 1st.
So at that point, we hadn't found her yet, had we?
No, sorry. It was on Saturday, December 2nd.
December 2nd?
Yes, sorry.
And so have we found her body by that time?
Yes.
Okay, and you're up at school and you're looking?
Yes, yes.
And in that particular journal week, you said that, is that during Red Ribbon Week?
Yes, that was something we wrote during Red Ribbon Week.
And I'm not going to have you read it exactly, but what is Athena learning in that journal entry that day?
She is learning to stay away from strangers.
Stranger danger.
Yes.
And as part of her schoolwork and stuff during that week in that journal entry, what's going on during that? What are the students learning about?
They are learning about just staying safe, whether it be with interaction with other people or things that they're putting into their bodies. Just learning how to be safe as a child.
And part of that would be staying away from strangers.
Yes.
Or people that children know are strangers.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take you to the... I'm going to take you to the end of November, on Monday, November 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in school that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was Athena in school that day?
Yes, she was.
I think you talked a minute ago how you guys were doing Christmas stuff.
Yes.
How far away from Christmas break at that time?
About 3 weeks.
Judge, can we publish States 4? Sure. Is this what you were talking about before?
Yes.
Is her writing?
Yes.
And that was the last writing she had in your class?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that last week. Okay. So Monday is the 28th.
Yes.
And I'm going to take you to that Wednesday, November 30th. Was Athena also in your class that day?
She was.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of things here, and just to verify this. When we show you State's Exhibit 1, that picture of her, or State's 2 in her hocus pocus, is that what she looked like on that day?
Yes.
And when I tell you, and I use the term mandatory reporter, do you know what that means?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means as a teacher, I'm required to notify CPS if I have any concerns of neglect or harm.
Right. And in this particular case, when we see those pictures of Athena that you had, is that what she looked like?
Yes.
Did she have any bruises or other injuries on her?
No, she did not.
No? Okay. And I didn't tell you this in the beginning, but she's taken all this stuff down. So when I ask a question,
okay,
then you answer it right back and forth.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I didn't mention that before.
Okay.
All right. So let's take you to that Wednesday. She's in your class, and anything go on that day that was unusual or out of the ordinary?
No, I mean, it was a typical, middle of the week. Like I have talked about before, it was, right before Christmas, so everything was a little bit chaotic. As teachers, we have to really, make sure our classroom management is strong during that time. Athena, that particular day, she was talking a lot and, just being a kid. And so I did have to write her binder that afternoon just to let, parents know that she did have a little bit of a struggle that day.
So a little bit of a rough day for Athena that
Yes.
day.
Yes.
Let me show you what we've marked as States 3. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, that is a writing that Athena did from the first week of school. We read a story about being a good listener, and then the students responded by how they can be a good listener.
All right. And is there a picture on that?
Yes, there is.
And did you take that picture?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you create this for their class?
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask if it's States 3. We're starting.
We understand objections, hearsay, relevance, or prejudicial, probative, and due process.
Those objections are overruled. States 3 is admitted.
Ms. Thompson, when did you say that picture was taken?
That picture was taken on the first day of school.
And we know, when was her last day of school?
November 30th, 2022.
And you said she had a bit of a rough day, a little bit too much talking.
Yes.
Did you have to be a teacher?
I did.
And when you say you write in somebody's binder, for a first grader, is that a pretty big deal?
Yes, I mean, for the most part, yes. But just to let parents know kind of like what happened at school and, just kind of give them an idea of what's happening in the classroom.
When Athena left school that day, what time does school normally let out?
3:25.
And let me just ask you this. What did you say to Athena when she left for school that day, leaving school that day?
I gave her a hug, and I told her, I love you, and we will have a better day tomorrow.
Did you have it tomorrow?
I did not.
When's the next day back at school?
It would have been Thursday.
Athena's not in your class, is she?
She is not.
What about Friday?
She's not in my class.
And part of this is, I'm going to ask you, What was going on in your class? How did that affect your class for those 2 days with her missing?
It was very hard. A lot of kids, some knew that something was not right, but I mean, everyone knew she was not there. I was still having to count her absent. A lot of kids, you could tell their anxiety, like they were worried. They knew something was wrong. Her desk was empty. But it was a very hard 2 days in the classroom.
So now we roll to Saturday. You said that's when you found out?
I found out Friday evening.
Friday evening on the 2nd. Did she? Let's move forward to Monday. You go back to school Monday?
Yes.
How do you go back to school on Monday after that?
Because I knew that the rest of my class needed their teacher. And they needed someone to love them and support them and help them walk through this.
So what's happening in the school that day, that Monday?
We have a crisis team, which includes local counselors, within our district, people from local churches. They come in to talk and support kids. We read off a script of letting them know that their classmate is no longer there. We do activities to try to help them begin the grieving process. There's just a lot going on, like just trying to help kids cope and learn. Like this is a big thing for them at 6 and 7 years old to have to walk through. And so there's just a lot of counseling, guidance, and support that is happening.
And at this point,
We need to take a break. How much longer do you anticipate with this witness?
a little bit.
Okay. All right, let's take our morning break. We'll come back at 20 minutes to 11. Okay, 15 minutes. All right? See you then.
You're watching live continuing coverage on the CBS Texas stream. The court has just taken a short morning recess in the capital murder trial here in Tarrant County. This is the first day of proceedings in the trial of Tanner Horner, the former FedEx driver accused in the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand. Testimony has been underway today as both sides begin the legal process. Horner is charged with capital murder, and if convicted, he could face the death penalty. We will continue to stream the trial live right here on the CBS Texas stream and on our CBS Texas YouTube channel. As a reminder, this is a live courtroom feed and some content may be graphic when proceedings resume. We'll take a short break as the court is in recess and return when testimony continues. You're watching continuing coverage on the CBS Texas stream. As this trial continues, we wanted to provide some additional legal context. Before the trial started, we spoke with Paul Coggins, a legal expert and former U.S. attorney, about this case and what stands out to him from a legal perspective. Here's his take on the trial and what could matter most moving forward.
In past circumstances, I guess, what have you seen as far as ways that a defense team might challenge, or I guess you could say per se cast doubt on a confession?
Yeah, I mean, they're using the autism defense a number of different ways here. In one respect, they're saying, he didn't have the mental state. I mean, every crime involves two things. It involves an act. We know what the act is here, pretty much, and the jury's going to know what the act. And it involves a mental state. What was your mental state when you strangled this girl? What was your mental state? And they're going to argue to some extent he was like the intellectually disabled person because he's so far down the autism scale. He wasn't functioning with a full deck. I mean, basically, to put it in vernacular. So they're using it that way. They're also using it, the autism, as a way of saying he doesn't appear to show remorse, even though he may feel remorse, because his autism kind of masks that. And so he would not show, based upon his autism, would not show the kind of remorse that an ordinary, normal human being would have about what he did. So they're trying to use that autism not only to challenge the death penalty aspect of the case, but also to challenge the fact that sitting in the trial with the jury in full view of him, he may not appear to show any remorse when the prosecutor's going into graphic detail about what happened to this little girl.
It would almost be in his favor for him not to show remorse, right?
Well, to try to show that he is truly autistic and so far on the spectrum of autism as to, essentially be intellectually disabled at this point and not be able to form the mental state that's requisite for capital murder. Because this case is really about, does he get the death penalty or does he get life in prison? And, one of the issues I think the defense does bump up against is, the death penalty has to do with, the graphic nature, the brutal nature of the crime, but also predictions of future dangerousness. I mean, that's also a relevant factor here. So I guess if I was the defense, one of the things I'd worry about is as I paint this guy as so incapable of showing remorse, so incapable of controlling his actions based upon his autism, am I stepping into a trap of also showing that he's potentially very future dangerous? Even if he's locked up in prison for life, he's a danger to people.
Yeah, that's a really good perspective. How does the possibility of the death penalty change the way that both sides, you think, will approach this case?
Well, as I said, I think one of the things that it does because of the defense effort here is to avoid the death penalty. I think they will save their powder. They will save their ammunition for the sentencing phase of the trial, which is, I think, a competent and wise move for these public defenders to do. It probably truncates the guilt or innocence phase, unlike a lot of murder trials where there's an issue about what happened. There may be very little issue about what happened here. I mean, it may come out both sides are really not contesting what happened, and everybody is saving their ammunition for the sentencing phase of this and saving their big witnesses. In the defense case, the mental health experts they will call for the sentencing phase of this case.
Yeah, that makes sense. And let's see what else.
They still have, by the way, motions for the judge outstanding to throw out the death penalty based upon autism. So they've got a number of pending motions that the judge will need to rule on before they roll into day one of the trial.
So that will have to be ruled on before it even starts?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. And in one thing in particular, the defense has filed a motion to prohibit the prosecutors from using the word sociopath or psychopath, basically arguing those are not scientifically acceptable terms. They're loosely used in society. Those are terms that, we do associate with TV and with movies and Hannibal Lecter and the whole thing. So the judge will likely rule on that because the prosecutor may be planning on using a term like that in opening statements. So if it's going to be banned in the trial, both sides kind of need to know that going into the trial.
Yeah, that's a great perspective. Talking about the autism argument, could a diagnosis like that have impact on how the jury, you think, perceives the defendant, even beyond maybe the legal arguments?
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things that the defense will have to do. And in a death penalty case, certainly at the sentencing phase, all sorts of things become relevant. I mean, childhood trauma, any kind of psychiatric issues you have, any kind of abuse you suffered, all those things can be opened up by the defense to try to humanize their client and try to convince the jury that, as I said, he really wasn't functioning with a full deck when he did this. Any normal person who hit a 7-year-old girl would have stopped and tried to get aid, tried to get an ambulance there. He panicked, wasn't playing with full deck. But also, they're going to have to try to negate this issue that the prosecutor's going to have about future dangerousness.
Yeah, that's very true.
I mean, by the way, the prosecution will, obviously on the flip side of that, the prosecution will go into the pain and suffering of this 7-year-old girl who not only gets hit, but then gets kidnapped and strangled in her final days. And then it was, I guess, 3 days later before her parents found out what happened to her.
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, Mr. Snee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thompson, when we left off, we were talking a little bit about your classroom that Monday and what's going on, and you talked about we have counselors there, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what was going on with the kids in your classroom that day?
They were very confused. You know, as 6 and 7 year olds, they have a really hard time understanding the loss of a friend. We did a lot of grief groups. We read stories, just trying to help them start that grieving and healing process.
And in this particular situation, are they aware of what had happened to her?
Yes, they were.
So they know that she was taken against her will and murdered.
Yes.
And these kids are how old?
6 and 7.
Let's talk about you. You've been teaching how many years total now?
This is my 12th year.
12th year. And how does this affect you as a teacher?
When I look at my life and career, I have before Athena and I have after, and it looks very different.
How so?
Every day I hug my kids as they walk out the door and tell them that they love them. But now every day when I do that, and for the rest of my teaching career, I have to think about what if they do not come back tomorrow.
So we are now approaching 4 years out?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is this still affecting those kids?
Yes.
How so?
There are several of those students who they are now in 4th grade, and there are several that are still having outside counselors. Several students that are afraid to sleep in their own bed, will not play in their front yard.
Objection, Your Honor. Here's that.
Sustained.
You can't talk about things that you've been told by other people.
Yes.
Would you say this has had a big effect on these kids?
Yes.
Would you say that it's a lingering effect that's continued all the way to the 4th grade?
Yes.
Last thing I'm going to talk with you about here is tell me about the mailbox.
So, when Athena passed, we wanted to do something for our students so they could learn how to grieve. And so we had a mailbox made that was placed outside of our classroom.
And let me stop you right there. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes.
About this mailbox.
Yes.
Who made this mailbox?
My husband and I did.
And was it only in your classroom? Where was it?
It was between 2 first grade classrooms in the hallway.
And when we say mailbox, I want to make sure I understand what we're talking about. Would this be a normal, like we would see mailbox?
Yes, on a stand, yes.
And was that your idea to have this mailbox?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you putting this mailbox or bringing it to the children? What was the purpose?
I wanted them to have the opportunity to write letters to Athena and to help process.
Objection, Your Honor. Here's that.
To help process, and they would write, draw pictures, whatever they were feeling, and they would place in that mailbox.
And again, like I said, I'm not going to ask you what any of them said, so to speak. So you're saying the purpose was for these kids to be able to express themselves by writing or coloring and put in that mailbox.
Yes.
And so that mailbox, when did it arrive in between the 2 first grade classrooms?
The day that we returned to school, so that Monday.
And did you get some letters in it?
A lot, from all grade levels.
So did the mailbox stay there in your classroom? Where did it end up?
We eventually moved it inside the classroom. but it began to get too much for the kids. They would tell me when they saw that, it made them think of Athena and what happened to her. And so we had to remove it out of the classroom.
And so how long did this mailbox, or was it a fixture in the school?
For the remainder of the year, we moved it up to the front office, and kids still continue to put things in there, but it was in a different location in the office.
How many letters do you think you got in that mailbox?
Oh, over 100.
And just a little bit of in the school before it let out?
Yes.
When we talk about you, you said that you've had some struggles as a teacher.
Yes.
Have you had any struggles as a person?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
I have been through hours of therapy, trying to heal from this. I have lost 2 other students back to back with this tragedy, but this has hit me the hardest. It has forever changed my life, forever changed how I teach my kids. One of the biggest moments of struggle for me was one day I had a little girl. She came out into the hall. This was about 3 months after everything, and she was crying. And she sat down and she said, "Miss Thompson, I really miss Athena, but I'm afraid that this is going to happen to me too." And at that moment, I did not know.
Stay. It affected your kids?
It did. It did.
You.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Pass it with Mrs.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Sharon. Thank you for coming in today. Ms. Thompson. My name is Steve Goebel. I'm one of the attorneys for Chandler Corner. I just have a couple of quick questions. On that state's exhibit number 4, the journal entry.
Yes.
The date on the top of that was October 27th, 2022.
Yes.
And what date did you say that was turned in?
I opened up her journal on December 2nd, and that was the day that I saw it. Yes.
So was that something they wrote in daily or weekly? Or?
It was weekly. Between like October and then December, we do a lot of writing outside of our journal, so that's why there was nothing in there after that.
And I think you, either today or previously, have described Athena as being very friendly.
Yes.
Very kind of talkative.
Yes.
Was there a story too that she maybe had befriended a new student?
She had, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We had a student that came in to our classroom, and he had some needs that needed to be met, and she opened her arms to him. She played with him on the playground. Like, she just had a big heart, and that's just who she was.
Thank you for testifying.
Yes, thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do you have next?
Elizabeth Ashley Strand.
Elizabeth Strand.
Your Honor, can we approach from the juror?
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, give me a lower your hand. There's a rule of evidence that's in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying what you have testified. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes.
All right. Whose witness is this? Mr. State?
Yes, Your Honor. You remember me today.
Okay.
Ma'am, your first name is Elizabeth. Is that the common spelling, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. But you go by Ashley, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you spell Ashley?
ASHLEY.
And as it applies to this case, your last name is Strand?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take you right to this. I want to take you back to November of 22. Okay?
Okay.
What was your address at that particular time in November of 2022?
268 County Road, 35.
You need to speak up a little bit closer. Okay.
It's 268 County Road, 3573 in Paradise.
Okay. And just so you're aware, we want to make sure everybody can hear what you have to say.
Yes.
All right? You're kind of soft-spoken, so you may have to pull that microphone up to you a little bit. You don't have my voice.
Got it.
All right. Let me just get a little information about that address. Where is that address located?
Well, technically in Cottondale, but in Paradise.
Okay. Those are towns, right?
Yes.
Okay. What county are they in?
Wise County.
Wise County. Okay. And so you said two towns. You said Paradise?
Yes.
And then you said Cottondale.
Cottondale.
Okay. And tell us just a little bit about Paradise as a town.
It's a very small town. Like one stoplight kind of town.
Okay.
You know, just a nice little quiet town.
What about, you said the town of Cottondale?
Yeah, it's inside of Paradise.
Okay. Is it bigger or
It's
smaller?
even smaller than Paradise is. I mean, there's tiniest little church ever out there, so.
Okay. So besides the tiniest little church ever, that's the only thing that is in Cottondale?
I mean, you know, lots of nice, you know, little properties and just, you know, places for just.
Let me help you with that. Is this small town country life what you're telling me?
Yes, very much country life where, you know, you let your kids go play and ride four-wheelers and stuff and.
Did my approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that map and anything on that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about how you recognize it and what is it?
That is the property that we live on. That's the driveway. You gotta go all the way up. It's really far. And then there's the circle drive where you go. And
Let me ask you, do you recognize the road that takes you to County Road 3573?
yes.
And did you recognize County Road 3573 has been the road you testified about?
Yes.
Judge, we asked to admit states.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Okay. Can we publish that, please? Yes, sir. While the computer is doing its thing, let me ask you a little bit. What's the primary road that you are on to get to County Road 3573?
2123.
Okay, is this another county road or country road that's out there?
I mean, yeah, it's the main road that goes through Paradise.
Okay. All right. Have a little ambiance.
It's easier to see.
Thank you, Judge. So on this map here, where is the 2123 on this map here that we're looking at on the board?
I mean, it's at the bottom.
Okay, so that road there that runs left and right across the bottom, that's 2123?
Yes.
Okay. And then where is County Road 3573 that you were talking about?
Right up there where it says
Almond Road, but it also says 3573 if you go a little further.
And is that the road that you lived on?
Yes.
And so as we go down that road, where is your property location on that road?
That first driveway that you can visibly see on the right-hand side.
On the right. So right there where Mr. Berry's put the arrow. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Right?
Yep, right there.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. All right, so let's talk just a little bit about your address. You said it's closest to, the closest, I guess, a real town would be Paradise?
Yes. I mean, it's
despite the fact that it only has one stoplight, that's the closest town. Okay. And you've got your house on here where you were living at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the driveway. Is it a straight through turnaround? What are we talking about here?
I mean, you got to go all the way down and turn around, but you could just, you can see the circle where you go straight down, turn right around, and head right out.
All right. And do you know how many hundred feet it is from the road to your turnaround there?
Oh Lord, no.
All right. You don't have a concept on distance?
No.
Okay. So now this particular picture here, has the property changed a little bit since you were living out there?
Yes.
Okay. And is the road arrangement about the same as what it was before?
Yes.
Okay. And what's different?
Well, there used to be a trailer right across where you can see the carport. At the very end of the driveway, there used to be a trailer right there, right in front of that black roof right there.
We'll talk to you about that in a second. Now, on this particular property in 2022, was it just you living on the property? Who else lived there?
It was me and my daughter and Athena, and then my, at the time, about 18 month, year and a half old, and Jacob.
I'm going to get all these people right. So you and Jacob.
Me and Jacob.
Were you married to Jacob at that time?
Yes.
Okay. You said you have a daughter?
Yes.
What's her name?
Alice.
And Athena?
Yes.
And you said you had a youngster?
Yes, Yersa.
How old was Yersa at the time?
She was about a year and a half.
Busy mom.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, on that piece of property, is it just y'all's family? When I say y'all's family, I mean your immediate family, or are there other people you're related to on the same property?
Yes, and then it's us right there, and then my sister-in-law and her husband are right down the hill.
Okay. And so on this piece of property, you have essentially, would you say, two families?
Yes.
Your family with you, Jacob, Alice, Athena, little baby Yersa.
Yes.
And then on the same piece of property, you had your brother and sister-in-law and their family.
Yes.
And what about on that road? Are you familiar with your? Let me strike that, Your Honor. On this particular road, can you describe 3573 for the jury?
I mean, it's a fairly decent-sized cul-de-sac. We all have our little group messenger on there, so we all know each other fairly decently.
When you say cul-de-sac, we also call that a dead-end road.
Yes.
And so it looks here like you live about halfway down that road. Is that right?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. I think we've already established we're not going to ask you about distances, okay?
Yes. Thank you.
So, but are you fairly familiar with who your neighbors are and where they live?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you know the Huffman family?
I do, yes.
And who are they?
Their kids are actually friends with my daughter.
Okay. And where do they live in relation to where you are on here?
At the very end of the cul-de-sac.
Sustain.
So, this particular road, being that it's a dead-end road, does it have a lot of traffic on it?
No.
Now, we talked about your kids. Alice, is she older or younger than Athena?
She's older.
How old at the time, back in 22, was Alice?
She was 10.
Okay. And Athena, how old was she back in 2022, November of 2022?
She was 7.
And you said the little girl was a year and a half. Is that right?
Yes.
Of the kids, I'm assuming that Alice and Athena went to school. Where'd they go to school?
At Paradise.
And how did the two girls normally get to and from school?
The bus.
And let me take you back to November 30th, okay, of 2022.
Yes.
Anything unusual about that day up until the time the two girls go to school?
No, nothing.
They get picked up by the bus normally?
Yes.
Given that it's a 10 and a 7-year-old girl, were you able to get them on the bus at the appropriate time?
Yes.
Okay. Is that hard sometimes?
It's a little rough sometimes. You know how little girls can be.
Okay. And let me ask you, what do you mean by that, about how little girls can be?
You know, they like to pick out their own clothes and do their own hair and, you know.
May not meet mom's approval.
Yeah. Well, you gotta let them choose their own things.
I'll show you a picture that's already been admitted. There we go. Thank you, Mr. King. Do you recognize the girl in Tasty Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Athena.
Okay. And is that what she looked like back in November of 2022?
Yes.
And do you know, have information on when those pictures were taken?
About the weekend before, so 4 days before. November 30th.
Okay. So that particular picture, do you know who took that picture?
Her mom did.
Okay. And where was she when her mom took that picture?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained. Do you know where those pictures were taken?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained. How did Athena come to live with you guys in Cottondale?
Her mom was sick and she wanted to stay for the summer, so she came and stayed with us and then ended up staying for the school year.
So do you remember what month she first arrived?
In May.
Of
22.
Where does Athena's mom live?
She lives in Oklahoma.
So in this particular picture that we're talking about, is that where Athena was in Oklahoma when her mom took that picture?
Yes.
Now, she's been there with you since May of 2022.
Yes.
And when does school start?
In August.
And so did she start school with Alice?
Yes.
And what grade would she be in? What grade would Alice be in?
She was in first grade. Alice was in 5th grade, I believe.
Okay. Now, we talked about when Athena moved with y'all from her mom's in Oklahoma. That was in May of 2022?
Yes.
How long have you been in Athena's life?
Oh, goodness. Since 2017. So she was about a year and a half when I came around.
Okay. Now, we've seen a couple of pictures here in the courtroom of Athena. This one here,
yes.
The red bow. Do you have a favorite picture of Athena?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you pull it out and show her anything, but can you describe that picture for us?
Yeah. She was very much an outdoorsy kid, and with her, she was about 5 years old, and her and Alice had been playing outside in the mud all day long, and she comes up to me, and she's holding this gross little worm in her hand. She is covered in mud. Like, I mean, head to toe, it's all over her face, and she's so excited to have this little worm. That's my favorite picture of her.
That's the one you go to. That's the one you remember.
Thanks.
Now, I'm going to take you to November 30th, 2022. Okay? Do you need a glass of water or anything? It's right there. Okay? That's a Wednesday. And it's Athena and I must go to school normally that day. I think I already asked you that.
Yes.
And do you remember any particular item of clothing that Athena was wearing that day?
She was wearing some jeans with little red flowers on the pockets.
This should be the first one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are Athena's pants.
Are those the ones that you just told us she was wearing on the day, November 30th, 2022?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with those?
I mean, because they're her pants. They're...
All right, let me ask you, do you recognize the size and the style?
Yes.
And do you recognize those as the one that she wore on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are those, is that the same thing that you described to law enforcement that she was wearing on that day when she went missing?
Yes.
Has to admit States.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 6 is admitted.
We published that fact? So on the day that she went missing, November 30th of 2022, we talked a little bit about what she was wearing, and you remembered that she was wearing beige pants.
Yes.
With the little flowers on the pocket. And that's what you told law enforcement.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about how we get to that point, okay? What time did the kids get home that day?
Around 4:20 is when the bus usually drops them off.
And was that normal for them to be home at that time?
Yes.
And so on that particular day, what's Alice up to that day?
She had to go down to my sister-in-law's because she needed help with her homework.
All right. And then what's Athena up to that day?
She was at the house hanging out with me and the baby, and doing her laundry and playing with her through the windows.
All right. And I'll ask this from the mom perspective. What's she supposed to be doing that?
She was supposed to be sorting her laundry.
All right. How was that working out?
Not very well.
Okay. And was that kind of to be expected?
Yes.
What are you, mom of a 1.5-year-old, what are you doing at that time?
I was cooking dinner.
What's for dinner?
Trout.
Trout?
Yes, trout.
Just trout and nothing else?
Trout and couscous.
Okay. So mom and baby are cooking dinner. And during that time, Athena's supposed to be doing her laundry.
Yes.
Anything out of the ordinary up until that point?
No, nothing.
Now, this piece of property that you're on, do you know how many acres it is total, you and the sister-in-law?
Me and the sister-in-law, it's 10.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was it commonplace for the kids to play and be out on the property in the country?
Very much, yes.
And I noticed on the map we had up there before, there looked to be a little pond on that. Is that right?
Yes.
And so I'm just trying to get if it was normal for the kids to be outside in the country on the property.
Yes, of course.
So at this particular time, got you cooking dinner. What's Jacob up to?
He had left for a hunting trip.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. So the kids got home, you said around 4:20.
Yes.
What time does Jacob leave to go on his hunting trip?
Oh, goodness.
Let me ask it this way. Did you leave before or after they got home from school?
After they got home from school.
So Jacob's headed hunting, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you said after he left at some point. Do you remember when he left?
I do not remember what time he left.
And so we're sometime after the kids get home from school at 4:20.
Yes.
What time did you expect to have dinner ready for the kids?
Around 6:30 is, about dinner time every night.
Okay. And so I asked you earlier a little bit about the kids on your property. What kinds of things did Alice and Athena do on your property on that 10 acres?
Oh, goodness. I mean, they would play and run around outside. They had their favorite tree that they would go to. They would run back and forth up and down the hill to their aunt's house to go play with her boys. Just being kids in the country.
Okay. At some point, when did you discover that Athena wasn't where you expected her to be?
It was whenever dinner was done. I was going to go get her color.
So tell us a little bit about between dinner being done and you looking for Athena. What would happen in that little short time span?
I went to get her. I saw that she wasn't in her room sorting her clothes. And so I, looked around, couldn't find her. I called Heather to see if she had gone down to her house. She said that she hadn't gone down to her house.
Let me stop you. Let me ask you a couple of short questions here. Is Heather your sister-in-law?
Yes.
Is that the other house that you pointed out to us?
Yes.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for Athena and Alice to go over to the sister-in-law's house?
No, not at all.
Was she at the sister-in-law's house?
No.
It's always technology. Back and running again. Was it unusual for her, like you said, they had a favorite tree? Is that right?
Yes.
What was it about this tree that they played on?
I don't even know. It is, I guess the best tree there, and it was right in front of where the trailer was, and, they had all their toys around it all the time. And
Okay. That's just where they chose to play?
Yes.
And so you checked with your sister-in-law?
Yes.
And Athena wasn't there?
Yes.
And you checked the tree where they might be, she wasn't there?
Yes.
Did you basically just check your entire property?
Yes.
See if she was there?
Yes.
Was she there?
No.
So once you kind of figure that out, what is your next steps when she's not where you think she is?
And I called the police.
And do you remember what agency came out? Let me ask you. We have multiple agencies in Wise County. We have the sheriff's office, we have police departments, game wardens, people, highway patrol. Okay. Do you remember which of those agencies came out and talked to you?
The police department, I believe.
Okay. And at this time, when they get there on property, what are you and the family doing at that time?
Looking.
Okay. When you say looking, are you just like looking places or whatever?
No, we are everywhere, all over the property looking for her.
Okay. And at this point in time, right then, when you're just looking for her and the police arrive, what are you kind of thinking is going on right at that time?
I thought maybe she was just hiding somewhere.
Okay. Just being
playing hide and seek. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We heard from Ms. Thompson how she was a little...
Objection, Your Honor, to informing the witness what another witness may have said.
Suspended. What kind of kid was Athena on your property out there in Cottondale?
She was wild. She loved living out there. Loved just, the freedom of, being a kid. Getting to just run wild and free on some land.
I think at some points you might call that being a little feral.
Feral, yes. I've used that word.
Right. Okay. So we're at the point to where everybody's out there, they're looking for her, we're not finding her. Are you thinking that it's, she's going to find her someplace? Right?
Yes.
All right. When did it start to sink in that she was actually missing and not just playing hide and seek?
When nobody could find her. But the biggest one was when we were all huddled in a circle and the helicopters were flying over us, so nobody could find her.
So at some point, it wasn't just the one person from the police that came out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so on that particular day, on November 30th, what we're talking about here, how many, you said we had helicopters in the air. How many other police do you think showed up just on that day looking for her?
I can't even tell you. There were so many. There were probably 50 or more people there.
Okay. And let me just ask you, how many days did this search go on?
3.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you, during your initial search, you said where you were out there looking for her, did you notice anything unusual or out of place on your property?
Yes.
And what was that?
The box.
Okay. And we'll talk, let me just ask you, when we say the box, let me ask you, what do you mean when you say the box?
It's a Walmart box.
Okay. And can you describe it?
It's a cardboard box with blue on it.
And do you know why that box would have been out on your property that day?
Because I had bought her Barbies for Christmas. Okay. And they were supposed to get delivered.
Okay. So you're talking about this particular box. Let me Actually, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8, 9, and 10. Let me ask you about, move these out of your way. I'm going to show you States Exhibits 8 and 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That's the box that got delivered that day.
Okay. And whose address is on that box?
Our address.
Is that the 268 address?
Yes.
Okay. And who's the person's name that's on that box?
That's my name.
Okay. And do you know who delivered that box according to it?
FedEx delivered it.
Okay. And so this box, as you see it in these two pictures, is that what it looked like on the day that you saw it at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what it looked like when you spotted it when you were out searching?
Yes.
Let me show you States Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this picture and this what's in it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what's in this picture in States 10?
That's the front of where the trailer was.
Okay. And we talked about this trailer. Was this someplace that y'all were inhabiting, or what was the status?
No, we were not living in it.
All right. So this was an abandoned.
Yes, abandoned trailer.
Okay. That was just on the property.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit. We talked about some of the roads. Do you recognize the road and driveway in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll these back here.
Judge, we'd ask to admit states 8, 9, and 10.
No objection.
States Exhibits 8, 9, and 10 are admitted.
You give me 8.
I'm sorry, yes, say that again.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Good. See what the numbers are. I'll ask you about those.
Okay.
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 So this exhibit we're showing you here, is this what you were talking about before? It has your address on it
Yes.
and your name on it?
Yes.
And this is the blue box that you were talking about?
Yes.
The one that FedEx delivered?
Yes.
And were you somehow tracking whether or not this was delivered or not?
Yes.
Okay. It arrived at your house.
Yes.
Let me show you the... Yeah. I'm going to show you states 10. When we see this over here on the right, is that the same box that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And I see what appears to be a little porch or something on it. Is that right?
Yes.
And is this part of that abandoned dwelling that was on that property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I see a lot of police cars parked there. Is that kind of what it looked like when they were looking for her?
Yes.
Now, we mentioned before that we have the circle drive on
Yes.
that map. Is that right?
Yes.
And so is this part of that driveway?
The main driveway was right here, where you see the archway right there.
Right.
I just circled right past that. That's a little bit,
But
it's all connected.
Is this your driveway?
Yes, this is our driveway.
And that's where you found that box?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that box. What did you say that you ordered in that box?
Barbies.
Let me show you States Exhibit 7. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are all you can be Barbies.
All right. And do you recognize that is what you ordered?
Yes.
And who were those for?
Those were for Athena.
And do you believe this to be the same Barbies that were inside that box?
Yes.
Okay. They were delivered on that day, November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, we'd estimate State 7.
No objections.
States Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Actually, let me ask you, why'd you order those Barbies?
These specific Barbies, I mean, because it came with so many of them, she could get, 6 Barbies all at once.
Okay. And what was the name on those Barbies?
They were career Barbies.
Okay. And who were those for?
They were for Athena.
For just a present or for some other occasion?
For a Christmas present.
For Christmas. Okay. And that's what was delivered to you on that day?
Yes.
Now, some folks have a regular driver that they may recognize that delivers UPS, FedEx, Amazon. Okay? Do you recognize Tanner Horner as your driver?
No.
Did you ever seen him before
No.
that day?
No.
Ever?
No.
Now, Athena went missing on a Wednesday. What day was it of the week when they found her?
It was Friday.
And at some point, I'm assuming you were informed that she was deceased. Is that right?
Yes.
Who informed you?
I believe it was the sheriff. It's a blur.
Do you remember where you were?
At the Cottondale Church.
And who were you with when you found out she was deceased?
I was with Jacob and Maitland.
Okay.
So Jacob, your husband,
Yes.
and I didn't ask you, is that Athena's mom?
Yes.
Okay, Maitland?
Yes.
And y'all were there in the church together?
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about Athena on that particular day. You had seen her for an hour or so before she went missing, right?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did she have any injuries on her whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Did she have any bruises on her face?
No.
Did she have any bruises you were aware of on her body?
No.
Did she have any unusual markings, scratches, or anything else on her body?
No.
So the last time you saw her, would that be what she looked like in the picture we showed you earlier?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 12. You recognize the child in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that child in the picture?
That's Athena.
Okay. Does she look the same as she did when you last saw her November 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize, let me ask you first, do you recognize the background and the location where that's taken?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's on the property 268.
Okay. Is that where we also see Exhibit 10, the
Yeah.
driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be where the police cars were parked?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize that as being your driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the person that's in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now, will you agree with me that picture is a little fuzzy?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the person in that picture?
That's Athena.
Now, how do you know that that's Athena?
Because I know my child. That's her hair, and it's just, little stick girl right there with her long legs.
All right. So the estimate states 11 to 12.
No objections.
States Exhibits 11 and 12 are admitted.
Can I see 11? Yes. This is on your property?
Yes.
Okay. Notice, what does that appear to be on the other side of Athena in this picture?
The driveway and a water hose.
Okay. And when we talk about this, we saw a picture of where that box was.
Yes.
Is that box close or far away from where this picture is taken?
It's pretty close.
Okay. All right. And so that's Athena in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 12? Yes, 12. This is what you testified before. That's Athena in that picture.
Yes.
Do you recognize what pants she's wearing?
She's wearing the pants that I described.
Now hold up that other picture. Let me ask you a question about it. Would you? Do you have the other picture?
This
of the
one?
Pants? No, the pants.
The pants.
There we go. State's Exhibit number 6. Do those look like the same pants or similar pants to what she's wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And is this what she looked like the last time?
Yes.
Now let me just ask you, would she have had any reason to be inside of what appears to be a van or truck at that time?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Would she have had any reason to be in a truck with that individual that's depicted in that picture?
No.
Okay. Did you give her permission to be in that truck?
No.
Did you give her permission to be taking a ride with that individual in that picture?
No.
So we find her. You get told on that Friday that she's deceased.
Yes.
What's your reaction when you find out that Athena's no longer with us?
I lost it. I just don't know how you're going to react to something like that.
Since that time, how has this affected you since that time?
I mean, a lot. It's affected me. It's affected my marriage. It affected my children.
Let's talk about that. You still married to Jacob?
No.
You think Athena being kidnapped and murdered played a role in that?
Yes.
You said it affected your children. Let's talk about Alice.
Okay.
How did Athena going missing affect Alice?
I mean, she lost her sister in the most horrific way. Even if a delivery driver just drives down the driveway, and she's outside, she runs and hides. It's affected her school. It's affected her friends. It's affected just her in general. She has nightmares.
About her sister?
Yes.
How old's Alice now?
She's 14.
It's still affecting her?
Yes.
When was Athena's funeral?
December 6th. That whole time frame is... I've tried to just not think about anything like that.
You don't think about it?
I try not to.
Let's talk about you. How's this affected you as a person?
I'm not the same. I don't trust anybody. You can't. You're just not okay after something like that. Even my 5-year-old says stuff.
Still scared?
Yes.
That's what you're
Prosecution. Yes, Sean, have we heard from her?
Yes.
snafu, and all I have black and whites. If admitted, what we would like to do is get them printed on regular in color. I'd like to display them in color, but I didn't know if you wanted to see them beforehand before you showed them to the state.
Later, Jackson.
Wait, so you're going to admit them in black and white, and then you want to display them in color because they appear on the computer in color.
Correct, and then we would like to swap out the black and white for the color because we're getting them reprinted.
Okay, so what we can do is we can have the, what are they marked as?
They're not marked as delegate defense 1 through 5.
Okay, so what we can do.
Strand, I want to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 1 through 5. If you take a look at those, please.
Yes.
And do you recognize defense exhibits number 1 through 5?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The property?
And this is the property that you were living on at the time of Athena's disappearance?
Yes.
Okay. Defense offers defense exhibits 1 through 5?
Have you shown them to the
Yes.
state?
I'll show them again.
Ladies and gentlemen, talk about Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is overruled, and defense exhibits 1 through 5 are admitted.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, we had a printing issue, so the defense exhibits number 1 through 5 that I've shown Ms. Strand and that she has identified are in black and white. However, we do have the originals in color that we would like to publish to the jury.
That's fine. When you get ready to substitute, we can make sure the record is clear as to the new exhibits.
And I get switched over to I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm having technical difficulties.
Take your time.
Is it extended?
Mr. Goebel, I think the power cord may have come loose just to be on the safe side.
Thank you.
Ms. Strand, what do you recognize Defense Exhibit 1 to be?
That's the abandoned trailer.
In this photo, on the right-hand side, about halfway down, is that where the box was left?
Yes.
And on Defense Exhibit number 2, what is this?
That is also the abandoned trailer.
And this is, were people living in the trailer at the time?
No.
Where were they living?
There's a house in the back that we were living in.
And is that the house that y'all were renovating?
Yes.
Defense Exhibit number 3, what is that?
The dog pen in the pool.
Okay. And this is still on the property?
Still the same property.
Defense Exhibit number 4, what do you recognize this to be?
Still the property. It's the outdoor shower.
Was there running water in the house?
Yes.
Were there, why an outdoor shower?
Well, we were in transition, trying to get it just finished and ready, and that's, you know.
And lastly, Defense Exhibit number 5, what do you recognize this to be?
That's the girls' room.
Can you see the girls' room from the main house?
Yes.
And can you see the girls' room from the kitchen where you were preparing dinner?
If you peek through the window, yes.
From the kitchen where you were preparing dinner, would you have been able to see the delivery truck drive up?
No.
On that date, or let me back up, these photos are an accurate representation of your property on that day?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
None further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Your Honor, would you consider a quick break?
Okay. Give us about 10 minutes, and we'll call you right back in. Your lunch should be here about 12:30, so we're going to work up until that point, okay? 10 minutes, everybody, 5 till 12.
The courtroom is currently in a short recess as we continue our live coverage of the Tanner Horner trial. Horner pleaded guilty to capital murder in the 2022 killing of a 7-year-old Athena Strand moments before the trial began. As a result, these proceedings are now focused entirely on the punishment phase. Jurors are currently hearing evidence on both sides as both sides present their case for sentencing. Cameras are permitted in the courtroom, and we will continue streaming the proceedings live on the CBS Texas stream and our YouTube channel. Please be advised, when court resumes, some testimony and evidence may be graphic. We'll return to the live feed as soon as the judge calls the court back into session.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Michael Ottavino with a forecast update. Throughout the day for today, temperatures warm up into the lower 70s. What's different between today and what we saw on Monday, we see a lot of clouds into the sky for today. We're into those lower 70s. Average for this time of year is into the middle 70s, so we're just a few degrees below that. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we see the return of some sunshine. That helps to warm us up to those upper 70s. And then looking ahead to our Thursday, we see partly cloudy skies. Temperatures warm up even more to the 80-degree mark, with just a slim chance of a sprinkle or an isolated shower. Let's talk temperatures first, and then we're going to talk about the big rain chances on the way. We slowly start to warm up. I think the biggest story for this week, we're not going to be seeing temperatures that are 15 to 20 degrees above average. At most, we're about 5 to 8 degrees above where we should be for this time of year. 81 by Friday. Temperatures fall a little bit into the weekend with increasing shower and storm chances. And then by next week, we'll see a little bit of a cool down into those lower 70s as we see more shower and more thunderstorm chances. For the next 10 days, 10% chance of a slim chance for a shower or a rumble by Thursday, but I think the better chances for that for sure. Friday and Saturday, our rain chances go up to 30%. We'll see isolated showers and thunderstorms. Those become more likely by Sunday and into Monday, where we also have the threat to see some strong to severe storms. And we're in that more active spring-like pattern where we will see daily shower and thunderstorm chances each day as we move throughout the week. So take a look at this. We're going to be seeing these upper level low systems that build in off the coast and will bring us increased chances for some showers and thunderstorms area-wide. Here's the Saturday time frame. Notice we'll start to see some showers and storms firing up, although I do think Sunday is the wetter of the 2 weekend days. By Sunday afternoon, we see scattered showers and storms. Those could become more numerous and even on the strong to severe side. So as of now, if you have any plans for Sunday afternoon outside, at least have a backup plan to bring them inside just in case you see those showers and storms linger throughout all day. Looking ahead to Monday, another chance for more strong to severe storms and a stormy start to the new work week, and that'll be the trend for next week. Let's talk severe weather chances. Throughout the day for your Saturday, that's out to the west. But notice by Sunday, the severe weather chance makes its way east, and this includes the Metroplex. We'll see this for Sunday as well as into Monday, so you want to make sure you're aware of this, and we do have the threat to see some severe storms at least for the second half of the weekend and into early next week. We're still about 5 or 6 days away, so it's still too soon to talk specific timing and exactly what forms of severe weather we'll see, but just know that the chances are there, especially by the second half of the weekend into early next week. For your First Alert 7-day forecast, we're at 73 for today, 78 for Wednesday, 80 on Thursday, 81 by Friday. Shower and thunderstorm chances really start to ramp up by the second half of the weekend, and we're watching next Sunday and Monday.
You're watching continuing coverage on the CBS Texas stream. As this trial continues, we wanted to provide some additional legal context. Before the trial started, we spoke with Paul Coggins, a legal expert and former U.S. attorney, about this case and what stands out to him from a legal perspective. Here's his take on the trial and what could matter most moving forward.
Who would you expect, I guess, to maybe speak on the stand, or like the most powerful people that you feel like, you know, might be speaking on behalf of Athena?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the ramifications on the family are a factor that the prosecutor will, will introduce. Certainly at the sentencing phase. And so, putting the parents on the stand to talk about how this has impacted them, their victims, obviously, in this, and how it impacts the victims will have a huge impact on the jurors. Wouldn't surprise me at all if all or most of the jurors are crying, as that testimony comes in. I've seen that happen quite a bit. Probably most powerful witness, or maybe the most important witness for the defense, will be the healthcare experts they introduce. I mean, that in a word, that autism defense is their whole ball game.
Right.
And so that's either going to be, introduced through these experts, or it'll flounder. I will tell you, it's a tough argument to make.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering, like, how does that play out legally, I guess, is to, I don't know, like whoever the expert is too.
Yeah. I mean, there is a legal aspect to it because, as I said, the defense, the public defenders have filed a motion asking the judge to throw out the death penalty based upon the defendant's autism. If that doesn't succeed, and frankly, I doubt it will succeed, then it goes to the jury, there's a legal side and then there's a factual side, and then the jury has to decide, because, as I said, there is that case law that if someone is so intellectually disabled, I mean, essentially an adult who has the mental capacity of a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old. Well, we have statutes in every state that bar the death penalty for people below a certain age because we think they haven't developed enough to be completely responsible for their actions. So they're trying to bring that strain of cases into this based upon autism. A severe form of autism is their argument. So that is pretty, I don't want to say revolutionary. It's, been argued before, but it's pretty cutting edge, and it would have an impact on the law if they're successful in doing so.
And like you said, that's kind of, that's really kind of the only thing that they have to hope for, I guess. But I'm just thinking in my head, I'm like, this was a 31-year-old man who's a FedEx driver. He obviously had to have the brain to be able to, make multiple deliveries every day and to get hired by this company. And, I wonder just how strong that they could even make that.
Right. I mean, it's a tough case. I mean, the cases that I recall from law school and later involving the Eighth Amendment and people who were so intellectually incapacitated that they were essentially children. And they were saying, they would have experts come in and say, this person may be 40 years old, but he has the mental capacity of a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old. Those are the kind of cases that the Eighth Amendment have freed from capital punishment or absolved from capital punishment. Fitting autism into that box, I think, will be a hard sell for the jury.
Yeah. And looking ahead, talking about a little bit more of the trial strategy, what would you be listening for in these opening statements that could signal maybe how each side plans to argue this case?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the prosecutor is going to really hammer hard, I think, on the brutality of the crime, the vulnerability of the victim, the impact on the family and the community, and And, you know, the prosecutor's got a lot of cards to play on that. I mean, we've all seen the picture of the 7-year-old girl. I mean, you know, that's very graphic, and it's going to be very, very hard evidence for the defense to overcome. I think what I would be listening to is in the opening statements of the defense counsel, are they basically going to, you know, kind of concede, well, here are the facts, you know, particularly if the judge says, hey, the confession's coming in. Okay, the confession's coming in, and what these guys got off the phone, it's all coming in, and the juror's going to hear it. Then, you know, they're not going to mount their case until the sentencing phase. And, you know, there'll be very little pushback on the prosecution until we get to the sentencing phase. And then they're going to, and sometimes it becomes a war of experts. I mean, the defense has their experts, and the prosecutor puts on their experts, and, you know, the jury kind of sits there and watches this tennis match go back and forth.
And what other experts do you think could be pulled into this trial?
You know, I really think it's just going to be the healthcare experts, because there's really not, I mean, as I said, factually, I don't think there's going to be much of an issue here at the guilt phase. And I think it's all going to come down to, is it capital punishment or is it life in prison, you know, at the sentencing phase. So I'm not looking for a whole lot of, you know, expert testimony. You know, they may have the coroner come in and talk about, you know, the state of the girl, and, you know, she was strangled, which obviously is a horrible way to die. Talk a little bit about that. But as I said, the facts are going to be the facts here, and they're pretty much set in his confession to the police.
And again, this might be a repetitive question, but I mean, going off of that, what kind of evidence besides the facts tend to be the most impactful in juries like this?
Well, you know, I would say the picture of the 7-year-old girl is going to be hugely impactful. The testimony of the parents as to the impact on them, that should come in at the sentencing phase. That will be hugely impactful on the jurors, I think.
And how long do you think realistically, you know, this trial could possibly last?
They're talking weeks for the trial. And, you know, as I said, it would not at all surprise me. I mean, jury selection takes a long time, but it wouldn't at all surprise me if the guilt or innocence phase of it is relatively short. And the sentencing phase is much longer than the guilt or innocent phase. If I were the defense lawyer, says the lawyer in this case, I would say my ammunition for the sentencing phase. And, you know, one of the things I think they need to be wary of on the defense side is you don't want to lose your credibility with the jury in the guilt or innocence phase, because you want that credibility when you get to the sentencing phase. You want them to believe in you and believe in the testimony you're bringing forward.
Are you familiar, any chance, with the defense team at all?
No, I know they come out of the public defender's office, and I will say this, my experience with public defenders is they've tried a lot of cases, and they generally know what they're doing because they do try a lot of cases. So, I mean, I dealt as a U.S. attorney mostly with the federal public defenders. These are state public defenders. But, you know, my gut feeling, I don't know them, but I think they probably tried a bunch of cases, and they've tried more cases than I've tried. And so they know their way around the courtroom. They certainly have filed a lot of motions. And, you know, they're putting the prosecutors to work here.
Yeah, it will be interesting should come Tuesday. Anything else that you think would be good to inform our viewers about, or just to know going in to Tuesday?
No, I mean, like I said, I think the autism defense is kind of an interesting defense, and they were probably thrown that defense, as I said, because the facts were pretty much established in this case by the confession that he made. So I think that it'll be very interesting to see how the court handles that, because there's a legal aspect to it. They're asking him, as a legal matter, based upon his autism, you need to throw out the capital murder, the capital punishment possibility here. But then there's also a practical, factual issue, and that is whether the jury will buy autism as the equivalent of, or in the nature of, severe intellectual disability.
And one other thing I was going to ask you about, anything else that you want to add in there about why it was switched counties from Wise County to Tarrant County?
Yeah, the reason was the thought that there was so much publicity in Wise County that you were not going to be able to, seat a fair jury. I mean, the sheer amount of publicity in Wise County, in a relatively smaller county, smaller population county, was going to make it almost impossible to seat a jury. It's one of those things, though, that whenever you move it, the amount of publicity is huge in Tarrant County as well. I mean, it's just the amount of publicity. One of the reasons cases oftentimes don't get moved is the court says, well, look, yeah, we've had a lot of publicity here, but wherever we go, there's going to be a huge amount of publicity. Now, they moved it to a bigger, more populous county, and so maybe they're thinking, and sometimes you are amazed. I mean, I've had really high-profile cases that I've tried, and I've been amazed that jurors would come in and say, no, I don't know who these people are. I haven't heard of them and don't know anything about this case. And they were telling the truth. So, they may find some people who haven't read about the case and haven't heard about the case. But ultimately, like I said, the test of whether a person can be seated as a juror is whether he or she can put aside what they've heard, what they've read, what they've seen, and just base their verdict on what's brought into evidence at that courtroom.
witness, when the witness has been sworn, so state may proceed. Or what? You have. Okay, let me. What are we doing?
Your Honor, the state had shown us some exhibits yesterday that they anticipate Sheriff Aiken will be testifying about.
Okay.
And rather than taking him on voir dire in front of the jury, since the jury was out, we can go ahead and basically do our voir dire on those photos now.
Okay, so the defense is satisfied as to what exhibits the state wants to introduce through this witness. You just want to ask him some questions.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Ms. Anderson, now I know what you're going. Okay, go ahead.
I will need the exhibits from the state.
Here's all of them. I think they're only addressing the first set.
Y'all might need to change it when you do that. I don't need it for this purpose, but the state may need it for their direction. Okay, but we need to take this one down. Mayor, for some additional.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And we don't need the lights off. It's just perfect. Sheriff Aiken, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Sheriff Aiken, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 13 through 21, and ask that you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you take any of these photos?
I did not.
Do you know who did take them?
I think some of those may have come from a video.
Did you take that video?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did take that video?
I do.
And who took that video?
The defendant.
The defendant took the video?
That's what I'm thinking. It was in the vehicle that he was driving.
So this came from the camera that was on the truck?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not saying that Tanner Horner took the video?
Well, he was driving the vehicle that had the camera.
Did you prepare these documents?
I did not.
Did you take the still shots?
I did not.
Other than looking at these photos, do you have any knowledge about their origins, creation, anything like that?
Well, all the images, I remember those days and those times and the things that are going on there. So that's the way it was that day.
Were you in the truck?
I was not in the truck.
So these are not based upon your perceptions, are they? They're based upon what was filmed by someone else?
Well, that's my perception as well because I was there. And so I do see exactly what was going on that day. So I recognize the accuracy of those images.
Okay, so who is that in State's?
Oh my goodness, I can't tell who that is. I think I know. That may be one of my deputies.
Maybe one of them?
Maybe, but it's really kind of foggy or fuzzy there. I can't tell, but that's our marked unit there, and we had these toilets there as well.
What time is this taken?
I don't know for sure. I think probably it's maybe morning time. And I would think probably it's on the day of December 1st, I would think.
On State's Exhibit number 20, what time of day was that taken?
Well, it's probably about the same time. Same time looking at the clouds and the light, probably about the same time.
State's Exhibit number 18?
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
identify anybody in that?
I recognize the vehicles. And we had so many people there helping. So I recognize those vehicles and how difficult it was to get up and down that road because of all the people that were coming there to help.
And what time of day was that taken?
I think that's probably about the same time. Again, looking at the clouds and the light.
State's Exhibit number 19? Do you recognize anybody in that? And can you identify the people?
Well, there is an entrance there to Athena's house, and those are some volunteers who had come to help. And I really can't tell at that distance exactly who they are, but there are people who came to help.
And you didn't take this picture either?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And what time of day would this occur?
This is going to be about the same time as that one.
But you don't know for sure, do you? You're just guessing?
No, I'm not really guessing. I think that's based on some knowledge there that's probably about the same time.
And you
It's coming from a moving truck.
So you said probably at the same time, but before you said you didn't know what time that was.
Well, I don't, but I know it's about the same time of day.
Okay. Whose car is that in State's Exhibit number 16?
Well, that's one of my deputies'
Do you know
cars.
which deputy?
No,
One at a time, everybody. One at a time.
I don't.
Okay. In State's Exhibit number 16, whose vehicles are those?
Those are the vehicles of the people who came to help us.
And what time of day was this?
Stepping away from the trial of Tanner Horner for just a moment to bring you some breaking news. DPD is investigating a suspicious package in downtown Dallas, and we understand that there seems to be a black SUV. This is happening in the 900 block of Pacific Avenue. This is the intersection of Pacific and Lamar Street in downtown Dallas. And if we could pull up that video so that folks can see exactly what we're talking about. DPD has a robotic device there, right there beside the camera, apparently trying to investigate some sort of suspicious device there. And this has been going on. This was called in, we understand, a couple of hours ago. And as a result of what's happening here, police have closed off a couple of streets, and they are asking drivers to avoid this area. You can imagine the delays and the congestion this is causing as a result of this. DART has tweeted that passengers should expect delays. The CBD West Transfer Center and West End Station, they are currently closed. Trains are turning back at Pearl Arts District, Deep Ellum, Victory, and EBJ Union stations as a result of all of this. Shuttle buses are available to assist passengers, they say, traveling through downtown Dallas. And we also understand that DPD's Explosives Ordnance Unit is about to make entry into this vehicle and maybe detonate whatever appears to be inside. And again, we are continuing to watch this, to follow this closely. Again, this is happening at the intersection of Pacific and Lamar in the 900 block of Pacific Avenue. So the bomb units are on site, and they are checking out this car, going around the perimeter of the car to investigate, get a closer look as to what exactly might be in there. So again, it looks like DPD Explosive Ordnance Unit is about to make entry here. Opening the door. Not sure exactly what happens at this point. We did see, again, DPD's robotic device, which they use in situations like this when they try to get really an idea of what they're dealing with. Again, this has been going on for a couple of hours. When DPD first got the call, they first started checking out the suspicious vehicle, suspicious device. Not sure exactly what led to the discovery. This is something that we are trying to learn. But again, as you might imagine, this has caused quite a backup in the downtown area with the closure of Pacific and Lamar Streets in that part of downtown. DPD, they are urging drivers, again, to avoid the area, use alternate routes, the east-west routes to take Ross or Commerce Street, and north-south streets to take Griffin or Houston to get around. And also, there are going to be delays on DART because of this. Shuttle buses are available, they say, with DART because they have closed down the CBD West Transfer Center and West End Station. Those are closed down. Trains are turning back at the Pearl Arts District Station, Deep Ellum, Victory, and EBJ Union stations. Again, you can see the Explosives Ordnance Unit, DPD, have made entry into the car, presumably checking out what exactly is in the car. And again, not quite sure what they're going to do at this point. If this is something that they take out, remove. But it is causing a disruption to everyday life, normal life in downtown Dallas. Making entry into the passenger side door in this car, SUV. And again, this is not a parking lot or a parking space on this street. It looks to be in the middle of a crosswalk, parked in the middle of a crosswalk there at the intersection. So this is about a block away. It's a pretty big block away from the El Centro downtown campus. But so far we haven't gotten any word of any possible evacuations in the area or in the businesses, the neighboring businesses here, just even in this immediate intersection. And we do know that there are a number of office buildings and other freestanding buildings there in the area, but no word of any evacuations at this point. Just that the DPD's Explosives Ordnance Unit has made entry into this car. Again, it was a call of about a suspicious package there in downtown Dallas in the 900 block of Pacific. That's at the intersection of Pacific and Lamar in downtown Dallas. And it's caused quite a headache for folks who need to be in that area. This is the lunch hour. People either making their way wanting to get to lunch or come back from lunch, and it's caused quite a disruption. It's caused quite a disruption for people just taking DART because the CBD West Transfer Center is closed, the West End Station closed, and the trains are turning back at the Pearl Arts District Station, Deep Ellum, Victory, and EBJ Union stations. And no word how long this is going to continue. Shuttle buses, they say, though, are available to assist passengers. And for folks who just don't even know what to do, what's going on, because this is a big disruption to their day, they're saying to look for DART staff on the platform who will direct them and let them know the best way for them to get around and to get where they're going. So I have lost track of where the DPD officer is, the Explosives Ordnance Unit. He might have been ducked inside the SUV. Don't see any other activity, no other humans out there. We only saw that DPD robotic device that had made its way around the SUV and was checking in earlier, again, presumably to make it to where they knew it was safe to send a human in. Got 3 doors now open on that SUV. And so far, we've just seen one person from the explosives ordnance unit who has made entry into that car. And again, not sure exactly at this point what they're doing, or what they plan to do, whether they plan to remove it, take it to a different location. So this is about 2 blocks away from the Bank of America building. For reference, for those of you who aren't familiar with downtown Dallas, that's the big green building there in downtown Dallas. This is a really busy part of downtown Dallas, so it does look, it's very unusual to see the streets this empty. And okay, this is the bomb ordnance personnel there from DPD. Again, yeah, normally there would be a lot of cars on the street, cars coming and going, people walking around, again, going to lunch, coming back from lunch. It's just a very busy part of downtown Dallas, and it's a little eerie to see that. And we do want to remind you that we will get back to our trial coverage soon, the trial of Tanner Horner, who unexpectedly pleaded guilty this morning to the capital murder of 7-year-old Athena Strand. We are following this gavel-to-gavel coverage, but we did want to break in to bring you this breaking news from downtown Dallas, again, because this is a very unusual situation. A suspicious package, we believe, here in this vehicle, in this black SUV in downtown Dallas, in the 900 block of Pacific Avenue. This is at the intersection of Pacific and Lamar in downtown Dallas, and it has caused a major disruption to a lot of people who live and work in the area. And again, even people who just take dark trains happen to go through this area. It's a big disruption to their day as well. So I'm just getting word. Let's see here. So our JD Miles has a lot of police sources, and he's per JD. DPD is saying officers reported that something suspicious was in the vehicle, which led to this response that we're seeing. But again, you know, what brought it to their attention, you know, we're just not sure. Maybe whether the person who left this car here made the call themselves, or whether it was somebody who happened to look inside and saw something that perhaps shouldn't have been there. And certainly the car doesn't look like it should have been there. This looks like it's at the intersection. It's in a crosswalk. This is not a parking space at all by any measure. So maybe that was their first indication that certainly the car shouldn't have been there, and that there's something in that car that perhaps looked suspicious as well. Again, no word of any evacuations in this area. To get an idea of where this is about, it's a big city block away from the El Centro campus, downtown Dallas campus, and it's also a couple of blocks from the Bank of America building, the big green building there in downtown Dallas. It's about 2 blocks away from that. And again, it's very eerie to see, you know, this kind of quiet. This is the kind of thing, you know, that we would see during the early months of COVID, when everybody was asked to stay inside. This is not something that we like to see, but it is nice that DPD is on this. They sent the robots out initially, the robot cameras, the robotic device to check it out, to make sure it was safe for the explosives unit to get in there and do what they have to do. And it looks like out of an abundance of caution, they're certainly taking their time in either determining what to do with this package, or if it is something that needs to be disarmed, or just what to do at this point. This is something that it's a good thing when they don't want to rush the situation. But again, we will get back to that trial coverage of Tanner Horner. But we did want to bring you this breaking news that's happening in downtown Dallas. Again, a big disruption to traffic in this area and life in general in this area. So we are, again, we're following this story. We will follow it closely. We do have crews there on the scene, on the way to the scene, and we know that a lot of you have a lot of interest in what's going on with the trial of Tanner Horner. So we are going to take you back now to the trial, and we will break back in, if necessary, here on the CBS Texas stream to bring you this breaking news from downtown Dallas. Until then, we'll get you back now to the trial of Tanner Horner in Fort Worth.
State's exhibit number 14. Again, you didn't take that photo?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
And you didn't prepare that photo?
No, ma'am.
That photo was taken from a vehicle and the video on the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did not have access to that video, did you?
No, I've just seen the video.
And you weren't on the truck when the video was taken?
No.
Okay. Whose vehicles are those?
Well, again, that's that same deputy's vehicle that's parked there that you showed me just a minute ago, and these are probably some of the same people who came to help us that day.
And lastly, State's exhibit number 13. Whose vehicles are those?
Those are more good citizens of Wise County who came to help us find Athena.
And again, you didn't take this photo either?
No, ma'am.
You didn't prepare the document or the exhibit?
No, ma'am.
Who prepared State's exhibits number 13 through 21 for you?
I don't know.
So you don't know whose hands they went through?
No, I just remember that's accurate. That's the way it was that day.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions? Sheriff, do you recognize each and every one of those about the scene and each and every one of those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize it as the scene as it occurred on December 1st during the search for Athena?
Yes, sir.
And whether or not you took the picture, do you recognize the road going in?
I do.
Do you recognize the location of Athena's home and entrance on that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recognize the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to be have that knowledge?
Because I've seen the video from the truck.
Okay. And during that time, were you out there at any of that time?
Yes, I was, for most of the time.
And are these an accurate depiction of the scene as it occurred on December 1st, 2022, when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
So regardless whoever took these, you can testify that that was the scene at that time on that day?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Ms. Anderson.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, but I do have argument.
I'm ready to hear it.
Your Honor, yes, see the photos. We had a lot of probablys. It probably was at this time. It probably was on this date. Sheriff Aiken is not testifying from what he knows, but what he was given by someone else. He said that he was out at the scene, but he couldn't identify the cars, couldn't identify the people. He did prepare these. So the only thing that he can testify to is that this is what he saw on a video. He can't testify that that he was on the scene when this occurred. He cannot testify he was on the scene when any of these occurred. And so whether or not this, we would concede that this represents what happened when these photos were taken, but Sheriff Aiken cannot testify that these are accurate when he was out of the scene, because he wasn't there when these were taken.
Those objections are overruled. You may have a running objection throughout this testimony in regard to states, if they offer states exhibits 13 through 21 in the presence of the jury. Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready for the jury.
Y'all ready, defense?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staten.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name for the jury, please?
Lane Aiken.
And when were you the sheriff of Wise County?
I was sheriff in Wise County from 2016 through December 31st, 2024 at 4:30 p.m.
Sheriff, could you check, see if that microphone's turned on for me? Please. Here, let's see.
Where's it?
Everybody's having problems. I went to school at A&M.
Then you should be good with the engineering aspect.
I was not an engineer.
You're going to have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff, you have your marching orders now. Lane, were you sheriff back in November of 2022?
Yes, sir, I was.
So you refer for these questions, I'm going to refer to you as sheriff. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
So during this time before you were the sheriff of Wise County in 2016, were you also in law enforcement at some point in your career?
Yes, my career in law enforcement started in 1974.
And so from 1974 till you retired in the end of 2024.
Yes, sir.
You maintained a peace officer license in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to fast forward you here a little bit. And at some point, were you promoted and made a Texas Ranger?
Yes, sir. That was in 1987 at November 13th, 1987.
Notice you remember that day.
Yes. It was cold.
Right. And at that point, how long did you serve the state of Texas as a Texas Ranger?
It was 16 years as a Texas Ranger, 16 and a half.
And did you retire at some point from being a Ranger?
In 2003.
Now, during your career, and just so we know a little bit about your experiences, did you have any big cases that you handled being a Ranger?
Yes, sir, there were several.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, were you not at the Branch Davidian compound?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained. Hang on just a minute. We got the microphone working. Excuse me, sir.
Good?
Yes.
And during your time as a Ranger, did you ever have a chance to have any training experience in missing persons?
Yes, sir, we did.
And so when you started being sheriff in 2016, did you go directly from being a ranger to being a sheriff? I noticed there's a little gap in the middle. What were you doing in that gap?
Well, there was a part of my career that I was an enforcement captain for the sheriff's office, but I also worked for AT&T for 10 years on and off. But during that time, I was also a reserve for the Rangers as well as for the sheriff's office.
So you got back to being a sheriff back in 2016?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's just talk just a little small amount about missing persons. In your time as the sheriff in Wise County, did you ever have a chance to be a part of any investigations where a child had gone missing?
Yes, sir. We've done that several times, and even so when I was a highway patrolman and as a Texas Ranger.
And based on your training experience, what's the most likely scenario when a child has gone missing for a short amount of time?
That child's going to be at home, close to home, under the house, under a bed, just any number of things. It's always, most always, it was some good news that we could find that child.
All right. And did that happen from time to time in Wise County as well?
Yes.
And then if the child is not found soon, in a short amount of time, what's the most likely result of that?
Well, anytime we have a situation where a child is missing, we spend a lot of time right there with the family looking, and we've got a lot of folks who come and help, especially with now that we have the internet that can bring people together to look for these folks. So usually we spend a lot of time with the parents and the family. But as time goes on, you realize, because it starts out, you're doing the search. The search is right here. Everybody's focused on searching. But then as time goes on, we're not finding that child, especially if it's cold outside, any other difficulties there are. So the investigation starts right here, down here. And as time goes on, that investigation increases, because you know that we've got a problem, because this child is lost or is missing. And it is the worst thing that you would think might happen, but that someone has taken that child.
All right. So I'm going to take you back to November of 2022. When did you first hear the name Athena Strand?
That was probably about 7 o'clock on the night of November 30th.
All right. And as sheriff of Wise County, is that where Athena went missing in the Cottondale Paradise area, is that covered by the sheriff's office at that time?
Yes, sir.
And we have other places in the county, cities and other things that will be covered by police departments, but this was covered by the sheriff's office?
Yes, it's the rural part of Wise County.
And so at 7 p.m., you hear about Athena Strand. What does the sheriff do as an initial response at this time?
Well, I was on my way back from Austin, and my intent was to stay over in Llano, because I was thinking it was the same thing, just a missing child, going to find her under the bed, in the closet, playing with a friend. So I kept contact with the sheriff's office dispatch. And when I found out that she hadn't been found within a 2-hour span, then I drove from Llano back to Wise County.
And during the entirety of this investigation, were you pretty much on scene during all of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And I want to give the jury a little bit of Judge Matt.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you some maps here, States Exhibits 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27. Yes, sir. You recognize those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And can you give the jury a general idea? What are we looking at here?
These are the photographs regarding the mapping and the roadways right close to 3573 in that area of Cottondale.
All right. Now, are you familiar with this area during your time as sheriff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you believe these maps accurately represent the surrounding roads and cities, towns, and things in that area?
Yes, sir. That is accurate.
And is this the area in which Athena Strand went missing?
It is.
All right. Judge, we'd have to ask to the next 24 through 23, excuse me, through 27.
Any objection?
State's Exhibits 23 through 27 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm not going to get too deep into this. We've got a little information already. Let me show you 23.
Yes, sir.
And can you just give us an idea and from where we are right here today in the courthouse, where Cottondale Paradise is in reference to where we are in Tarrant County?
Well, it's northwest of here, probably by road. I would think it's about 30, 35 miles from here to there.
In this area that we're talking about, Cottondale Paradise, is that urban or rural?
That's rural.
Okay. So would I be right to assume it's post oaks and mesquites?
Yes, and cedar.
Cedar, okay. Now, on this particular location here, as we go between the towns of Cottondale and Paradise, what's the primary road that one would use to go between Cottondale and Paradise?
2123.
Okay. And is that a farm to market or a county road?
It's a farm to market.
Okay. And let me show you. Do you see that road on this map here, Sheriff?
Yes, sir, I think I do.
Okay. Is that the road going east and west there, the main road?
2123?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And just to fast forward a little bit, is Athena Strand's residence off of 2123?
Yes, sir, just to the north.
Okay. And do you know what county road that's on?
3573.
All right. And let me ask you a few questions about the scene on 3573. Was that part of your job to coordinate and set up the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, sir. It was it being sheriff. Basically, the sheriff is in charge, but we bring in folks from so many other agencies to help us in that search.
So let me ask you. Let me just start from the very beginning. Once that she is not found in a short time period, what assets do you as the sheriff bring to bear to help find her at that time?
Well, the sheriff's office respond. Of course, we called in the Texas Rangers because we find that it's important that we use all the agencies that we can. We have the game wardens that were there, and they're always great. Fort Worth PD, they sent a helicopter or two. We also had some drones that came in from Denton County. And Highway Patrol, we had many of them there, as well as the voluntary fire departments. So we're bringing all the first responders that we can find, we're bringing them to help us find this child.
All right. And now it sounds like what you're talking about, most of those are sworn personnel, is what you described.
Yes.
Was there anybody else assisting in this search besides just the sworn personnel?
I'll never forget the morning of December 1st, citizens came from all parts of Wise County to help us find that child. And we put them to work with our deputies, with our investigators, with the game wardens. It was shoulder to shoulder. We had what we estimated was about 300 citizens, and they brought their four-wheelers. Some brought horses, some brought dogs. It was I appreciate the fact that so many people came out there to help us that day.
So we have all these people out. We have a mixture of sworn personnel. We have a mixture of citizens out helping.
Yes, sir.
And were you on that scene frequently?
Yes.
And on that particular scene, where was kind of the gathering area for that on that scene?
At first, it was right at the gate for Athena's house where she was living. But as time went on, we moved it over to Cottondale to the firehouse there, the volunteer firefighter.
Let's stay focused on 3573 here for a minute.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what the scene looked like at that time?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with where you had your own sheriff's assets placed at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then up and down the road, are you familiar with what it looked like on that December 1st that you just talked about?
Yes.
And if we were to look down this road, if we were to go back to December 1st and look down this road, what would we see as we were driving in to Athena's road?
We would be seeing those citizens in their vehicles that I was just talking about.
Okay. And will we also see any sworn personnel or those types of vehicles?
There are some, but really we were overshadowed by the number of citizens who came to help.
Do you have a number of how many citizens you believe were out there helping?
Well, we had the EMC helping us, emergency guy, Cody Powell, and he numbered 300.
These are just citizens?
Yes.
In addition to your law?
Those who actually registered, because some came on without registering. So 300.
All right. So let me just go through here, and I want to show you some pictures here so we'll get a little bit of an idea of the scene. I'm going to show you, Judge, if I may. States 13 through 21. I think you've looked at these before, but can you give us an idea of generally what we're seeing in those pictures?
Yes, sir. These look like that's the route on 2123 turning into 3573, and looking at it, it looks like it's the morning of December 1st, 2022. And what we see are the vehicles of so many citizens who came and helped. And you see from time to time a marked unit of ours at the Sheriff's Office, as well as from other agencies. And we see the search people. There's some organized searchers, all the way to the end of that road that went to a cul-de-sac. And that's pretty much it.
All right. And do you recognize those pictures as being descriptive of what you saw on that day, December 1st, 2022?
Yes, sir, I do.
State's Exhibits 13 through 21.
Do you have any objections other than those previously made known to the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
All right, those objections remain overruled. State's Exhibits 13 through 21 are admitted.
Sheriff, I'm just going to, you said there were some things about marked units.
Yes.
Is that what we see here in State 17?
Yes, that's the unit of one of our Wise County deputies.
Okay. And is that the entrance to 3573?
Yes, sir, from 2123.
Okay. Let me show you 18 and 19. Let me just stop you right there. Do you recognize this as what you were talking about earlier?
Yes, that's the entrance to the Strand home, and that's where we kind of set up our command post.
And is that what you were describing to me as the people out there helping?
Yes.
And are these the vehicles that you're talking about here as well?
Yes, sir, they are.
And I notice on States 21 here, is this the same entrance to Athena's house?
I think that is probably just a little bit beyond that, but it's close.
Okay. And I noticed what appears to be porta potties out here. Mm-hmm. Is this was required for the amount of people that you had?
It was. And those were donated, people to help.
So this search is ongoing from November 30th. This is on the 1st.
Yes, sir.
When does the search end?
It never ended.
Well, let me ask you. At some point, were we able to locate Athena Strand's body?
We were, yes, sir.
And at that point, did the sheriff's search for her as a missing person end?
Yes, sir. At that point, that's when the search for Athena stopped.
Now, as part of the search and what's going on, did you approve and put out a missing persons bulletin through the Texas Fusion Center?
There was one, and I approved it.
Let me show you what's marked. The State's 22. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that what we just talked about, being the missing persons report?
Yes, sir.
That you approved?
Yes.
And what types of things that are usually contained in a missing persons bulletin?
Well, it's when last seen, what she was wearing, and what she looks like, age, pictures, if possible. And I think other than that, then locations.
All right. And would this be something that went out to law enforcement or to everybody?
That went out to law enforcement originally.
Right. And do you recognize this as what you approved?
Yes, sir.
Statement Officer, State's Exhibit 22.
Your Honor, we'd object. It is hearsay and is not covered by the exception of 803(c). It was created by law enforcement, for law enforcement, and we would object under hearsay.
That objection's overruled. State's Exhibit 22 is admitted. 22, correct, Mr. State?
22, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so that goes out to law enforcement. Are you aware of how it goes out? Is it electronic? Is there a bulletin? How does it go out?
It was an information bulletin that was sent out from Austin to all the agencies in Texas and generally the states that are adjacent to Texas.
So as the sun sets, if you will, on December 1st, have we located Athena's body as the sun sets on December 1st?
We had not.
And I think you mentioned before, the search continues and all the assets are still in play at that time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you involved the Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
Your old employer?
Yes, sir.
And who was the lead ranger working on this case?
Job Espinoza.
Okay. When we say Job, is that like the Book of Job?
Yes, J-O-B.
And then you said there was some assets from the FBI as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then I think you also said that you had game wardens and a host of other people.
Yes.
Now, while law enforcement and your people and all these assets are actively searching, What else is the sheriff's office and law enforcement doing to locate Athena Strand?
We were still staying, it was just right there around that area. We were looking hard. We started looking at all the waterways in and around where we were right there in Cottondale. We were using steel aircraft as well as the drones that helped, and they were remarkable, but as hard as we were looking, we weren't finding her.
All right. And at this point, are y'all investigating and looking into the thought that this may have been some form of abduction and not a missing child?
Well, at that point, it seems like it had come down on the searching. We're still searching, but we don't have as many people focused on that as we do have people focusing on the investigation. So it's about half and half. And as time goes on, the investigation scale goes higher.
Right, so at some point, it transitions to a criminal investigation versus a missing person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, who was working the criminal leads in the criminal investigation at that time while the rest of the assets were searching?
We had the FBI were there, and they were helping tremendously with their digital evidence that they were able to bring forth. As well as the Texas Rangers and our investigators from the Wise County Sheriff's Office working hand in hand as we looked and trying to find what happened and where is Athena. So we got to the point that we just slowed down the investigation, not the investigation, but the search, and we just really moved up on the investigation.
And what kinds of things are you looking for when you're now transitioning this for potentially a missing person to some form of criminal investigation?
Well, an investigation, it takes a while, but we had some information that came in, and it gave us a different direction. And I'll give the credit for the Rangers who recognized that there was a package that was delivered, and that we should be aware that driver pulled in there about the same time that she went missing.
All right. And so that's what we would call a different kind of lead, if you will.
Yes.
And who was primarily working that lead of that investigation?
That would have been a couple of my investigators, as well as Job, and also the FBI people were involved in that as well.
So let's move to, like I said, the sun is set on December 1st.
Mm-hmm.
The sun rises on December 2nd. And you mentioned that we located a package that was delivered.
Yes.
And that the Ranger and FBI are working on that.
Yes.
So when the sun rises, what is the Sheriff's Office still doing now? We're on day 3 of the search.
The investigation is picking up and moving more quickly, trying to find as much information as we can. We set up a new command post at the firefight, the FD, right there in Cottondale. FBI brought in a big truck in their RV, actually, and we started looking at things, and we had a meeting on that morning, and that meeting was in the Baptist church there in Cottondale. So there were, I don't know, probably 30, 35 investigators, as well as some of the deputies who were there as we were looking at all the leads that we had. FBI, Texas Rangers, and all of our people, as well as other agencies who were coming in there helping us with that. And we had new direction, more so than we had before, and we felt as though we're going to be able to get this thing solved on that day.
All right. So let me ask you, who was able to locate Tanner Horner as the operator of the FedEx vehicle that day?
I know that Job, Ranger Espinoza, I know that he was...
I'll object to anything that Ranger Espinoza said.
do not testify to anything that anybody told you, Sheriff, but you may testify as to who was there.
Yes, so it was the FBI and the Texas Rangers, as well as some of our investigations, tracked that down and found out who that driver was.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is hearsay.
Overruled.
So once you track down the driver, and that driver being Tanner Horner, to your knowledge, what goes on once they locate him as the driver?
That, I really think that I probably need to leave that to Joe, because I know it was falling in place quickly. And we were back we had another press conference at the sheriff's office when all of that fell in place. And I learned of it after the press conference.
So for things that involve that lead, that FedEx driver lead, Tanner Horner, that was Joe, the FBI, and your investigators?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk to them. All right. So at some point, when did you first learn that Athena's body had been located?
We knew that he had been taken into custody, and we knew that they were moving to try to locate Athena. And I think it was.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Borda with CBS News Texas. We've got some breaking news to share with you. It's an active scene in downtown Dallas. Dallas police have been investigating reports of a suspicious device inside a vehicle, this black SUV you see. This is in the 900 block of Pacific Avenue. Now, earlier, a bomb squad was around the vehicle. The police were bought at camera, and then the explosives unit was brought in. Let's show you what happened. Now, everything is quiet, and then you see, there you go, some type of detonation from the back of the vehicle that sends the hatch straight into the air. The back door opens up. Our Steve Pickett, he is near the scene at Market and Commerce, I should say, Stephen. And this was quite a sight, Steve, because they closed off the area. It was completely empty, and we see this activity that really has been going on for a couple of hours. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, they have made an all clear here now, Karen. I want to show you behind me. We are directly in front of Dallas College El Centro. You can see the students are now returning back to this building. This was a lockdown, a emergency response effort where they evacuated everyone out of not only this college but other businesses around here in the downtown core, and cordoned off so many of these streets. As you saw those images from above, the focal point on that particular vehicle, I can report to you now, within just the last 3 minutes, it's an all clear and everybody's been able to return. That's an indication, although not an official response from the police department or others, exactly what they have, if they had anything at all, based on what you saw in those images. But as a result of their efforts, we are now told everybody can go back into this particular building, El Centro College, and the surrounding buildings as well. Again, Dallas Marshals, Dallas County Sheriff's Department, Dallas Police, and others, all essentially from Elm Street, Commerce Street, Main Street, the central part of downtown Dallas. If we go from Market Street over to Record Street, up to Jackson and what have you, all of those intersections were blocked off to keep people out and keep them safe. And again, every indication they have now, and we're going to get more details from police, is that all is fine. They're letting people back on these streets, back into these buildings. We're going to try to update you, of course, with more recent information on exactly what happened, if they found anything at all, as soon as we can. Karen?
All right, Steve, thank you very much. We'll talk with you again later this afternoon. And we will send this back to our regular programming now. CBS is Beyond the Gates. We'll see you at 4 o'clock. Artemis II is heading home following its historic mission. Yesterday, the 4 crew members traveled farther from Earth than any human beings in history. The milestone was reached as they conducted a lunar flyby and observed and photographed the far side of the moon. The crew also received a call from President Trump and witnessed a solar eclipse. The spacecraft is expected to splash down in the Pacific Ocean on Friday night. All right, so we've seen everything, and it was wonderful just getting to watch that. And we've talked about this before. It's hard not to get emotional when you see this kind of stuff.
I feel like I've been holding my breath since they left. I just want them to come home safe.
Exactly.
That's
me
all
too.
I want.
Me too. All right, let's talk about our weather. Another beautiful day on tap.
A beautiful day. We will see increasing clouds, but we'll have some breaks of sunshine, and gradually we'll also start to warm up. So we are going back to the 80s in the next couple of days. It will be a fairly nice weekend overall, especially Saturday, but on Sunday, we're watching the potential for some severe weather. We'll talk about everything. First of all, we will have some low rain chances on Friday, not a washout. Better chances on Saturday and Sunday, especially Sunday, as I mentioned, and the possibility of a few of those storms becoming severe, especially on Sunday afternoon. The system's still way out in the Pacific, so we still have to see the timing and the strength, but we are watching it definitely, and we need to be prepared for parts of the weekend to be soggy. Live camera, you can see here in Dallas, also quite a bit of cloud cover now. We started with a lot of sunshine, but the clouds are filling in from the west, southwest. Temperatures are in the 60s. You can see the wind coming in from the southeast, and it's a little bit stronger today, gusting to maybe 18 miles per hour, sustained 10 to 15 miles per hour. Why is that important? Obviously, it's coming in from the south-southeast, and that brings in some of that pollen. So if you're suffering today, it is high, and we're looking at the allergens, hackberry, maple also, and it will go down a little bit on Thursday to 8.7. A little bit better. So you see the cloud cover that's coming in from the west. That is a very weak disturbance that is bringing some rain, very light rain to the west. However, once it gets into our area, we have such dry air in place that we are going to see that all kind of erode, and we'll only see the cloud cover in the next few hours and overnight. But the system we're watching is the one I mentioned all the way out in the Pacific, and that's why we still can't give you exactly at what time it will arrive on Saturday and Sunday. So temperature-wise, 70s for the highs today, and you can see hour by hour how this is going to be moving in. The one today, it's showing rain. Most of that, I would say 98% of it won't make it to the ground. On Wednesday, we'll see lots of sunshine, especially during the afternoon hours, and we will start to see some of the cloud cover, as I mentioned, move away. So let's go ahead and get to the next few days. Tomorrow, 78 to 80 by the time we get to the end of the week. You can see the rain moving in from west to east, several rounds during the weekend hours. And we will also start to see the temperature go even higher until that front comes in. So for the next couple of days, 80 on Thursday. We'll also have the high come up a little bit more before the cold front comes in.
Thank you so much, Nellie. Well, with summer vacation right around the corner, more Americans are skipping hotels and short-term rentals in favor of home swapping. Travelers are trading homes for weeks or months at a time, often at little to no cost. CBS's Evan Moon explains why this budget-friendly trend is gaining traction.
The idea may sound familiar.
I'm wondering if your house is available this Christmas.
The cottage is really only available for home exchange. Home exchange, what is that?
Well, it's a real service.
I have been a member with Home Exchange for 3 years.
The house swapping travel trend is taking off, with popular platforms Home Exchange and Kindred seeing memberships surge.
I've hosted over 200 nights.
I've had a lot of guests come stay at my place.
They say the experience offers more than a hotel.
I have found that staying in real people's homes and real neighborhoods leads to a much more authentic experience of the location.
My home here is, you know, it's big, it's bright, it's beautiful, and I love sharing it with people.
And as travel costs rise, the biggest draw is affordability.
I've saved tens of thousands of dollars.
Home Exchange has a $235 annual membership fee for unlimited free stays all year, no extra costs. Kindred has no annual membership with minimal cleaning and service fees per stay. Swaps are credit-based in what's called a give-to-get model.
Reciprocal one-to-one home swaps,
or you can earn nights by letting another member stay while you're out.
A stranger sleeping in your bed may seem intimate.
Super comfy beds.
But members say it creates a close-knit community.
This is kind of a trust exercise with people, and so far it's gone really well. Usually I'll leave a bottle of wine for them and like a little note, and I'll come back to a bottle of wine. It's all been very friendly.
Trading places for your own thrifty version of the holiday. Evan Moon, CBS News.
As a busy mom of two, I would love to have my abs back by the summer, but finding the time to get to the gym between kids and working and the house seems impossible most days. That's why I am loving my Versatone belt from FitNation. Versatone uses electrical muscle stimulation technology to help improve ab muscle tone. You just put the belt on and the pulse goes into your muscles and mimics doing a crunch. It truly couldn't be any easier to use. There is also a setting for TENS therapy that helps with temporary relief of sore, achy muscles. And I can choose from 4 EMS modes: firming, toning, strengthening, or combination. 2 TENS modes, pressure point and deep muscle, and 19 intensity levels for a very personalized experience. This is FDA cleared, and it's so thin and lightweight that you can wear it under your clothing as you go about your day or your workout. There's no need to replace the pads, so me and my husband can both use it. You just spritz the belt with the included water bottle, strap it on, and go. It's recommended that you use this 20 to 30 minutes about twice a day, and one charge is going to get you 6 different sessions. Imagine washing the dishes and getting abs. Right now, we're offering 70% off the Versatone Gen 2 from FitNation. That's $140 in savings. Head to cbsdeals.com for this exclusive offer.
County and county commissioners have been at the center of the debate over building data centers in Texas. Tonight, Granbury, the county seat in Hood County, is holding a zoning meeting and diving into the debate over the centers themselves. Bo Evans has the story.
So Granbury is looking at joining other communities around the state, considering whether to welcome or reject data centers. The state already has more than 400 of these facilities and is on track to build hundreds more, putting Texas on track to become the largest data center market on earth. These centers come with the promise of millions of dollars for cities, but communities have raised concerns about the costs associated with these facilities. Now, data centers are already some of the biggest users of water and electricity in the state, and they tend to be massive structures that are home to large-scale computer processing equipment. This is to house everything from the photos you store on the cloud to the computers that allow you to have GPS on your phone, and especially the new home of AI technology. These systems generally require massive amounts of water and electricity to operate. That can be an issue, especially in rural communities where resources are limited. Granbury is just the latest community to consider this. Last week, citizens in Fort Worth came together to get the city to pause plans to give tax breaks to a company building a new data center in the city limits. The zoning meeting is happening tonight in Granbury at 6 p.m., and the city is holding a public hearing to consider changing its standards for data centers and power generation. There's also a separate public hearing for the rezoning of a nearly 2,100-acre property along Highway 377, but it's not clear if that's related to activity around data centers. We'll continue to monitor this and let you know what happens. Bo Evans, CBS News, Texas.
Thanks, Bo. Coming up, would you trade homes with a stranger? The home swapping trend that's giving travelers a chance to live like a local. And a little bit later, a popular heartthrob returns to the Young and the Restless today. Who is coming back and why? Fans, you're not going to want to miss this. Well, fans of The Young and the Restless, you are in for a treat. Today, Shamar Moore and Vivica A. Fox reprise their roles as Malcolm Winters and Dr. Stephanie Simmons. You may remember the two characters were romantically involved in 1995, and in true soap opera style, their surprising return has shocking and lasting implications for the residents of Genoa City. So stay tuned, because The Young and the Restless is next. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again at 4, but our local news coverage is streaming all the time on CBS News Texas. You're watching continuing coverage on the CBS Texas stream. As this trial continues, we wanted to provide some additional legal context. Before the trial started, we spoke with Paul Coggins, a legal expert and former U.S. attorney, about this case and what stands out to him from a legal perspective. Here's his take on the trial and what could matter most moving forward.
In past circumstances, I guess, what have you seen as far as ways that a defense team might challenge, or I guess you could say per se cast doubt on a confession?
Yeah, I mean, they're using the autism defense a number of different ways here. In one respect, they're saying, he didn't have the mental state. I mean, every crime involves two things. It involves an act. We know what the act is here, pretty much, and the jury's going to know what the act. And it involves a mental state. What was your mental state when you strangled this 7-year-old girl? What was your mental state? And they're going to argue to some extent he was like the intellectually disabled person because he's so far down the autism scale. He wasn't functioning with a full deck. I mean, basically, to put it in vernacular. So they're using it that way. They're also using it, the autism, as a way of saying he doesn't appear to show remorse, even though he may feel remorse, because his autism kind of masks that. And so he would not show, based upon his autism, would not show the kind of remorse that an ordinary, normal human being would have about what he did. So they're trying to use that autism not only to challenge the death penalty aspect of the case, but also to challenge the fact that sitting in the trial with the jury in full view of him, he may not appear to show any remorse when the prosecutor is going into graphic detail about what happened to this little girl.
It would almost be in his favor for him not to show remorse, right?
Well, to try to show that he is truly autistic and so far on the spectrum of autism as to, essentially be intellectually disabled at this point and not be able to form the mental state that's requisite for capital murder. Because this case is really about, does he get the death penalty or does he get life in prison? And, one of the issues I think the defense does bump up against is, the death penalty has to do with, the graphic nature, the brutal nature of the crime, but also predictions of future dangerousness. I mean, that's also a relevant factor here. So I guess if I was the defense, one of the things I'd worry about is as I paint this guy as so incapable of showing remorse, so incapable of controlling his actions based upon his autism, am I stepping into a trap of also showing that he's potentially very future dangerous? Even if he's locked up in prison for life, he's a danger to people.
Yeah, that's a really good perspective. How does the possibility of the death penalty change the way that both sides you think will approach this case?
Well, as I said, I think one of the things that it does because of the defense effort here is to avoid the death penalty. I think they will save their powder. They will save their ammunition for the sentencing phase of the trial, which is, I think, a competent and wise move for these public defenders to do. It probably truncates the guilt or innocence phase, unlike a lot of murder trials where there's an issue about what happened. There may be very little issue about what happened here. I mean, it may come out both sides are really not contesting what happened, and everybody is saving their ammunition for the sentencing phase of this and saving their big witnesses. In the defense case, the mental health experts or experts they will call for the sentencing phase of this case.
Yeah, that makes sense. And let's see what else.
They still have, by the way, motions for the judge outstanding to throw out the death penalty based upon autism. So they've got a number of pending motions that the judge will need to rule on before they roll into day one of the trial.
So that will have to be ruled on before it even starts?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. And in one thing in particular, the defense has filed a motion to prohibit the prosecutors from using the word sociopath or psychopath, basically arguing those are not scientifically acceptable terms. They're loosely used in society. Those are terms that, we do associate with TV and with movies and Hannibal Lecter and the whole thing. So the judge will likely rule on that because the prosecutor may be planning on using a term like that in opening statements. So if it's going to be banned in the trial, both sides kind of need to know that going into the trial.
Yeah, that's a great perspective. Talking about the autism argument, could a diagnosis like that have impact on how the jury, you think, perceives the defendant, even beyond maybe the legal arguments?
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things that the defense will have to do. And in a death penalty case, certainly at the sentencing phase, all sorts of things become relevant. I mean, childhood trauma, any kind of psychiatric issues you have, any kind of abuse you suffered, all those things can be opened up by the defense to try to humanize their client and try to convince the jury that, as I said, he really wasn't functioning with a full deck when he did this. Any normal person who hit a 7-year-old girl would have stopped and tried to get aid, tried to get an ambulance there. He panicked, wasn't playing with full deck, but also, they're going to have to try to negate this issue that the prosecutor's going to have about future dangerousness.
Yeah, that's very true.
I mean, by the way, the prosecution will, obviously on the flip side of that, the prosecution will go into the pain and suffering of this 7-year-old girl who not only gets hit, but then gets kidnapped and strangled in her final days. And then it was, I guess, 3 days later before her parents found out what happened to her.
Wanted to ask you, what makes this case different from a typical murder trial?
Well, I mean, I think what's brought this case a huge amount of attention, obviously, is the nature of the victim. That's brought a huge amount of attention. The young age of the victim, the vulnerability of the victim, brought a huge amount of coverage to the case. In fact, that coverage is what led the case from being moved from Wise County, where the killing occurred, to Tarrant County, where the case will be tried. But I think also the autism defense, which is probably all that the defense has, in their arsenal. They don't have a whole lot in their arsenal, but have filed 30 motions, and some of those motions seek to throw out the defendant's confession, throw out any evidence that was seized on his phone and things like that. Barring success on those, it's one of these cases where the actual guilt or innocence phase of the trial is less important than the sentencing phase of the trial. The guilt and if the confession comes in, obviously the guilt and innocence phase of the trial will be pretty cut and dry. He did it. He confessed to having done it. He gave his story about why he killed her. And then you will get into where the defense is really focusing its efforts, and that's on the sentencing phases, and arguing that because of his autism, he falls within that line of cases that deal with intellectually disabled, intellectually challenged individuals. And sometimes the courts have found that they are so intellectually disabled that they cannot be executed, pursuant to the 8th Amendment of the Constitution. So they're trying to fall within that level. So they will have some form of expert testimony. They may save that expert testimony for the sentencing phase, where it really could have an effect, as opposed to rolling it out during the guilt or innocence phase, which, as I said, will be kind of cut and dry. This is one of those cases, and this is the other thing about a capital murder case. I think it's true of many criminal cases. They say the case is won or lost at jury selection. And I think the jury selection part of this is going to be huge. Obviously, with the state trying to weed out any jurors that they think are either fundamentally opposed to the death penalty or squeamish about imposing the death penalty, and the defense looking for jurors who do have qualms about the death penalty. So, that jury selection in capital murder cases often takes longer than the trial itself takes.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I had it written down earlier, but it was, I think they started off at 300 people and then narrowed it down to, it was 300 people, and they dismissed 57 immediately. I think there were 243 people remaining. And anyways, you just had to keep narrowing it down to 55 and then 12, and then the 2 extras. So that leads me to my next question.
There's two aspects to that, Lauren. One aspect is just qualms about the death penalty and issues about the death penalty and imposing the death penalty. And the other is just length of the trial. And, you find some people, particularly people have a business and it's a solo practitioner business, they often can't afford to be away from their business for weeks or even months at a time. So the judge will grant generally hardship exemptions for people like that. So it's tough to seat a juror in a lengthy trial. And when you take a capital murder trial, it's tough. It's even tougher.
Yeah, and I heard that at the Prairie Land trial, it was kind of similar, as in you didn't know how long it was going to go. It was going to be long, but you had a lot of people that couldn't commit to that because they were business owners, and then, they were the sole,
or they have sole care of their mother, their father, or children, or something like that. So there are all sorts of issues that weigh into this. And oftentimes, the lengthier a trial, the more likely you are to get retired individuals, older people on the trial. So we may be facing an older jury here.
That's a really good perspective. Wanted to ask you, how difficult is it to find jurors who could be impartial to a high-profile case like this involving a child?
Yeah, that's another thing that, makes this difficult, because the amount of coverage on it means people, anybody who follows the news, on TV, follows you on TV, or, reads a newspaper, or even talks to neighbors, has likely heard about this case. I mean, I remember I mentioned it to my family, and they said, "Oh, you mean the FedEx case?" Because, I mean, it has gotten that much publicity. Just because you've read about a case doesn't necessarily mean you get kicked off the jury or exempted from the jury for that reason. Because what the judge is interested in is, even if you have read something, even if you have had some exposure to the case, can you put that aside and base your verdict on what you hear in the courtroom? That's what both sides are entitled to, frankly. Now, you'll have people who will come in and they say, "Look, I've read so much and I've heard so much about this case that I really don't think I can be fair." I mean, you'll have people who will try to get off the jury, and they may succeed in getting off the jury because they basically tell the court, "I don't think I can be, I don't think I can start at ground zero here." And give both sides a fair shake. And the judge may believe them on that. So the amount of publicity is also something that will make the case a little more difficult to seat a jury in. And it'll take longer to seat the jury in here. And it'll certainly take longer to seat the jury than I think it's going to take to do, as I said, on the guilt or innocence phase of it. Because, as I said, if that confession comes in, we know what happened, based upon the words from his mouth. And the prosecutor won't have a difficult time, I don't think, getting a guilty verdict out of that. And then you'll go to the real phase here, and that's the sentencing phase.
So I guess one of the questions I have for you is, if a confession is part of this case, then how significant is that for a jury?
Yeah, it's tough for the defense to overcome that. And really, the defense, I will predict, if that confession comes in, will not seek to, re-argue the facts. I mean, the facts here are going to be, as I said, pretty cut and dry. And the defense wants some credibility. I mean, their argument really is an argument about intellectual disability. I mean, some form of intellectual disability based on autism. They will come forward with some expert testimony. The judge is the gatekeeper of that. I mean, if there are attacks on whether this person is a true expert or what's the scope of expertise, ultimately, the judge will be the gatekeeper to determine, are you enough of an expert to testify, and is your testimony germane to our trial? But I would expect the defense really to save its powder for the sentencing phase. And if I were a defense lawyer, I would not want to undercut my credibility by, when the confession comes in, there's very little they can do to undercut.
I can appreciate that one.
Yeah, keep that stuff so far. We just wanted to look at visibility.
Gotcha. Okay. Are both sides ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Okay.
seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Oh, that's the witness. Ms. Anderson.
No questions?
Madam Sheriff, they can be excused.
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the state?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sheriff. Who do you have next?
Patrick B.
State calls Patrick McGuire.
Patrick McGuire. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God.
Yes, Judge.
Have a seat right here. Rule of evidence is in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent McGuire, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick McGuire. I'm a special agent with the FBI in Fort Worth. My first name is Patrick. Last name McGuire, Mcguire.
Thank you. And I will tell you that the court reporter is taking down everything that you say, so we're both going to try to talk a little slower and not interrupt each other, all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks. You work for the FBI, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us, one, how long have you been working for the FBI?
I've been a special agent for a little over 5 years now.
And so if that was 5 years now, 3.5 years ago, you've been about 1.5 years on, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do? I mean, what kind of education? How did you end up being an FBI agent?
Yes, sir. I have my bachelor's degree, and then I was a police officer in the state of Virginia for about 8.5 years before applying for the Bureau.
And do they assign you to a specific location? You get to pick where you want to go, or what?
You list when you're at Quantico what field office you want to go to, and they assign me to be in the Dallas field office and then the Fort Worth satellite office.
Right. So there are actually FBI offices both in Dallas and Fort Worth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is the Fort Worth sort of an auxiliary to the Dallas office? Is the main office?
Yes, sir. Our main hub is Dallas.
And particularly with regard to missing persons cases, where is the FBI got some special kind of resources available that maybe local agencies might not?
Yes, sir. It's common for local agencies to request the FBI's help during any kidnapping or missing child investigation.
And did you become aware of a missing child investigation that was going on in Wise County back on beginning on November 30th and through December 1st, December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of just describe for the jury how it was that you became aware of it and what you did as a result?
Yes, sir. I was called by another agent who was on scene there was a FedEx package that was delivered to the victim address during the timeline of question, and that other agent basically asked me to follow down that box and figure out who delivered it.
Okay. So you're running down a lead, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working by yourself or with another agent? How does that work?
Yes, sir. I was working with another agent.
And what was that person's name?
Special Agent Lindsay Hogan.
Okay. And what did you do first in order to try to investigate that lead?
We went to multiple FedEx locations, with the last one finally being the FedEx location in Alliance, to identify where the package originated and left from that FedEx location.
And were you able to determine that that package did in fact originate at that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about Alliance, are you talking about Alliance Airport?
Yes, sir. The location is right next to the Alliance Airport.
And what is at that location?
It's a very large facility where they intake and then a lot of trucks leave to go, I'd assume, through most of Fort Worth and the outside areas.
They have FedEx planes that land there, unload, and then they're distributed from that location to the various areas around Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of going to that location, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, we talked to one of the managers, Max Drescher.
And was he able to give you some information that you then were able to act upon?
Yes, sir. He identified that it was, in fact, a FedEx package that was delivered, and basically identified the route.
Go ahead.
He identified the route that had that package on its delivery.
And did he get in contact with any other individuals while you were there in his presence?
Yes, while we were in his office, he contacted Richard Davis, who's the owner of Big Topspin, which is the contract company for FedEx.
And I think a lot of times as we see a FedEx vehicle driving down the road that we think it's all owned by the big FedEx company. Is that true?
No, I believe most of the delivery trucks are owned by contract companies.
And then FedEx puts their logo on that contract company, but it still has no...
We lay a foundation for this.
Let me
work for FedEx.
Let me hear the question first. Yeah, ask the question.
What is Big Topspin?
It's a company that's contracted by FedEx to deliver packages.
And do they own a number of vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And do those vehicles say Big Topspin on them, or do they say something else?
They say FedEx.
Okay. And so why specifically was Max Drescher contacting Big Topspin?
Because that was the contract company who owned the truck that delivered on the route that day.
Okay. And as a result of contacting Richard Davis, did you receive a name that you were able to then try to track down that person?
Yes, the driver was identified as Mr. Tanner Horner.
Okay. And did you later actually meet that person face to face?
Yes, sir.
And when did this take place? What date was it?
This occurred on December 1st.
Okay, so if the disappearance happened on November 30th, this would be the next day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time of day was it that you made your way finally to the Alliance location for FedEx?
Probably later in the morning.
Okay. And while you were there, did Mr. Davis get in contact with that driver to get you some more information about the particular vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Drescher make contact with that driver while you were there and where you could hear both?
Your Honor, all this is hearsay.
Let me finish asking the question.
While you were there and you could hear both ends of the conversation.
Objections overruled. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. While we were in Mr. Drescher's office, he contacted via phone Mr. Horner on speakerphone with myself and Agent Hogan sitting in the room to be able to hear it.
And was Mr. Horner asked by Mr. Drescher about the specific delivery to the address where the disappearance had occurred?
Yes, sir.
And what was his response at that time to that inquiry?
He advised he did not recall that address or that delivery specifically.
And so then as a result of that, what were your next steps?
We then went out to Wise County and Paradise to locate Mr. Horner in person and interview him.
And did you go directly there, or did you go to the command post where the search for the missing person was taking place?
Yeah, I believe we went directly there.
Okay. And so how was it that you knew where to go?
We obtained the FedEx delivery sheet to know each delivery and each address.
And were you able to gain some information through either Mr. Drescher or Mr. Davis as to sort of where he was on his delivery route at the time that you were going out there to talk to him?
Yes, sir. We were told where he currently was and then where he would be in about 45 minutes for the drive time.
And so what did you do with that information?
We went to where we believed that he would be, and we located him at a delivery location.
Okay. And when you went to that location, did you have to wait for him? Was he already there?
I believe he was already there.
Okay. And so once you saw that the FedEx vehicle was there, did you approach the person?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you approached at that time here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify him where he is sitting in the courtroom and maybe describe what he is wearing?
Yes, sir. It's a gentleman at the end of this table wearing a light bluish gray shirt and gray slacks.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
Was he wearing a shirt and tie at that time?
No, sir.
What was he wearing?
A FedEx uniform, like a black and purple FedEx logo shirt.
And may I approach your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Prior to court today, did you have the opportunity to look at a couple of exhibits?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a CD?
Yes.
And did I play you a copy of that at that time that we looked at it earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately, well, it's actually a DVD, I apologize. Does that have a small, short clip on that DVD showing your initial interaction with Tanner Horner from inside of the FedEx vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to hear. We're not going to play it at this time because we're having some issues with the sound system. But if the jury wants to play that later, they can look at it at that time. Okay?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 29, is that a screenshot from that same video?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the two people that are depicted in that screenshot?
Yes, sir. The person closest to the camera with his back facing the camera is Mr. Horner, and the person in the flannel button-up is myself.
And you were able to watch State's Exhibit number 30, which this comes from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did it show his face where you can clearly recognize him?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 29 and 30.
Judge, I have no objection to 29, 430 is played. We would want to hear that.
Okay.
Whatever technical.
All right.
issue there is.
States 29 and States 30 are admitted, but we will let you review it before it's on 30, before it's exhibited to the jury.
And may I publish 29?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And is this the screenshot that's been admitted to State's Exhibit number 29?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about, you can turn that off, or turn it back on, Mr. King. Let's talk about that conversation. Can you kind of describe for me, didn't take place like within, I guess, earshot of the camera, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go to talk to him?
Just a little farther back towards the rear of the truck.
Okay. And even as you approached him, can you kind of describe how that took place when you first approached him?
When we approached him, he was getting out of the vehicle, and we scared him, causing him to drop the package.
Okay. And then after you were, did he even know who you were at that point?
Not initially when we walked up, no.
And did you allow him to finish his deliveries that he was making before you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all that's on that little video clip that we weren't able to play, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So once you do that, you go out of back towards the back of the truck, you said, is that right?
Towards the back of the truck, yes.
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind kind of telling me what you were asking him and what his responses were to your inquiries.
Yes, sir. We initially asked him, again, about the delivery that was asked by Mr. Drescher on the phone. And he stated that after the address that he's delivering at while we're talking to him is a fairly short distance from the crime scene. And at that time, when we were speaking to him in person, he stated that after he had driven by the crime scene and saw law enforcement, that he remembered that delivery.
Okay, so when you first talked to him, you didn't talk to him, but Max Drescher talked to him while you were at the office.
Yes, sir.
His initial story was he did not remember, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he said he drove back through the crime scene, or he drove back down the same road?
At the very least, close to it to see the large law enforcement response.
And then that made him remember the incident, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he give you some indication of what he remembered about the incident that took place at this point still less than 24 hours earlier, correct?
Yes, sir. He advised us that he recalled the house looking run down and that he was basically initially start thinking that he didn't want to deliver there until he saw what he thought may have been the homeowner leaving in a vehicle and turning left out of the driveway.
And did he describe that vehicle for you?
Yes, he described the vehicle as a older green Chevy Astro van, and specifically with sunspots on the hood and on the roof, and a piece of the panel, like the lower panel, missing on the driver door close to the front wheel.
Now, did you relay that? There's a command post, correct, for this missing child search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that child's name's Athena Strand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was a 7-year-old girl.
Yes, sir.
And so there's some urgency with regard to trying to find this little girl, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you relay this information back to the command post?
Yes, sir. After this interview, we immediately went to the command post and relayed that information of that vehicle to the command post for further investigation.
Because if that was true, that's somebody you would want to talk to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me, was there something else that caught your attention, though, as you're talking to Mr. Horner about this, what he remembers? Kind of describe the rest of that conversation and what it was that sort of sparked your interest, attention at that point.
Yes, sir. During the majority of the interview, Mr. Horner was very articulate. He answered every question properly. Good back and forth conversation. And then towards the end of the conversation, he got very emotional and almost to the point of crying, and stated to us that he couldn't believe something like this would happen and that he had his own child.
So he's acting like a concerned citizen, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, so much so that he's like showing some emotion to you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you relay that information back as well?
I don't recall if we specifically told that, but we definitely kept note of it.
Okay. And so, based upon the information that you got from him at that time, was there an extensive search done for some mysterious green van that might have been leading to a potential lead on this missing child?
Yes, sir. There was multiple law enforcement hours spent looking into the van on law enforcement databases and doing physical surveillance on the ground, trying to locate this van.
And were resources that were dedicated to finding this missing girl, Athena Strand, that were being used running down other legitimate leads, were they diverted to go look for this green van?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to that search for the green van, was any green van ever located that would have been in the area at that time?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Now, after you had this initial meeting, kind of describe what happened next with you.
We went back to the command post. We relayed this information to the command post, and then were later tasked to interview further family members.
Okay. And based upon what you already knew, just from, how did you feel about being pulled away from the lead that you were running on at this point to go interview family members?
We were a little concerned by it. We were still interested in Mr. Horner. We still had some unfinished questions that we were concerned about.
And do you know a person by the name of Joe Espinoza?
Yes, sir.
And who is he?
He's a Texas Ranger assigned to this case.
And did you relay to him the information about this first meeting?
I don't believe directly. We told it to the command post.
Okay, the command post, but the information's running through him at the command post?
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, further investigating Mr. Horner, were you able to get back to that at some point later in the day?
That next morning, we began further investigating it.
Wasn't there a second meeting that took place on December 1st?
Yes, sir. Before we spoke to family.
Okay, understood. Okay, so we're not there yet. So you didn't speak to family in between the two meetings, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's just go from the point of the end of the first meeting, what we're looking at here, and kind of describe what steps you next took leading up to a second meeting.
We further asked Max Drescher from FedEx for more information about his deliveries on the date question, and we were given basically multiple deliveries during the time frame that we were concerned about, that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner about more.
And were you able to actually get FedEx to, I believe there was some type of a grand jury?
Let me hear the question.
I'll start again.
Okay.
With regard to what you did with regard to FedEx, since you were already in contact with them, did you then later issue a subpoena for the information that was used to ultimately run down this lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was on a later date, though. But with regard to this day, were there further steps taken by FedEx and Big Top Spin to try to potentially gain more illumination as to what was going on in that van?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that, please?
We got further delivery information on his route during the evening of the 30th.
Okay. And based upon that information, did you have some concerns that you wanted to clear up with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. There was about a 45-minute time period that should have been a drive time of approximately 11 to 12 minutes. So it gave us basically a half an hour of question that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner further about.
And did you try to set up another meeting?
Yes, sir. We called Mr. Horner on the phone.
And may I approach?
Yes, sir.
And actually, at some point during that conversation, did you get cut off in that conversation?
Yes, sir. At some point, the call dropped.
And so we've already admitted 30, but there's also, I think it's 30 and 31 are that second conversation, and then 28 would have been the first conversation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I apologize. I misspoke on the numbers earlier, so it was 28 rather than 30 as far as the first call.
Yes, sir.
So with regard to states 30 and 31, states 30 the beginning of that phone call before it got cut off, and states 31 when Mr. Horner called you back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've listened to those prior to court today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that fairly and accurately represent both ends of that conversation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that understanding of the mistake that I made a moment ago, I'm going to re-offer 30 as a part of the second video, as well as 31, and then 28 is the first call, first video. 30. These are the two.
You understand before, as long as they play correctly, we can kind of judge.
All right. So states 28 will be admitted and states 31 will be admitted, subject to review by the defense.
Yes, sir. And then following those, we'll talk about the content of those calls in a moment. But following those, did you have another meeting with Mr. Warner?
Yes, sir. We met him in another package delivery driveway.
Okay. So let's talk about that phone call. You were calling him, you said, about some type of time discrepancy. Now, was that something that was actually something that actually occurred, or some information that you've been given that you were trying to follow up on that you later learned to be not exactly what you were being told?
Yes, sir. Between the time of the phone call and then meeting him in person, we learned that the times given to us by FedEx were incorrect.
But nonetheless, you'd already set up a meeting. You had some interest in him getting some further information, so you went in and had the meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about on the phone calls. Did he talk to you about possible reasons why there might be some delays in his between package deliveries on that particular day?
One of the reasons he advised us was that he had thrown up at a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And did he elaborate on that as far as where he got sick, how long it took him, anything like that?
He stated he didn't feel well on the route, that he then began driving back towards the Alliance area, pulled over on the side of a random road, threw up, and then continued to a Love's, threw up again before continuing back to the FedEx location.
And with regard to this location where the Athena Strand went missing the night before, did he give you any information about whether or not that was the last package that he delivered that day or something else?
Yes, sir. That was the last package that he had delivered that day.
And he admitted that to you at that time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that pique your interest even further?
Yes, sir. On the information we obtained from FedEx, that was the last package he had delivered that was not marked as delivered in the FedEx system. And then after that, he had another approximately 4 or 5 packages that he was supposed to deliver after the one to the Strand household and did not deliver them.
So, but he's telling you that's because he got sick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, you go and you meet with him during those conversations, did you set up a place where you could meet again?
Yes, sir. He advised us where he was on the package delivery route and an address to meet him at.
And prior to court, did you see a screenshot of you as you're approaching him during that delivery?
Yes, sir.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the screenshot that shows both you and Mr. Horner at the time of the second meeting?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Okay.
States 32 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And this person walking up here, who's that?
That's me.
And who's the person with their arm up?
Mr. Horner.
Okay. And are you familiar with something called UTC time?
Yes, sir.
And what is UTC time?
That's just the standard time a lot of video devices and basic electronics will use as a standard time.
Okay. And is it sort of like, I always heard Greenwich Mean Time. Is it something like that?
Yes, sir.
And so when you measure other time zones, do you measure them by UTC plus a certain number of hours or UTC minus a certain number of hours?
Yes, sir, based where you are in the world.
Okay. And Paradise, Texas, or Cottondale, Texas, you can turn that back on, Deputy King, thank you. Paradise, Texas, at that time of the year, what was the calculation? Is it 6 hours difference?
Yes, sir. At that time of year, it would be UTC or GMT minus 6 to make Central Time.
Okay. So then, looking at the time frames that you were there, this number here, 21:45:01, if you subtracted 6 from 21, that makes 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would mean that would be 3:15 is on military time. What time of the day is that?
That would be 3:45 p.m.
Okay. And is that time consistent with the time that you remember meeting with Mr. Horner the second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with regard to this meeting, tell me just in your own words, describe what took place here.
We initially spoke about the time discrepancy again, and basically told him that what we spoke about on the phone, we learned now to not be true. And then we further asked him about the green van that he had initially told us during the first interview.
And did you do something more than just ask him about it with regard to the green van?
Yes, sir. I Googled and found a picture of a older green Chevy Astro van.
And what did you do with that?
I showed Mr. Horner my phone and asked him if the vehicle on the screen matched what he saw in the driveway the day before.
And what was his response?
He stated that vehicle is very similar to the one from the driveway.
Okay. And can I approach the camera?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, sir. That's a screenshot of the picture in the Google search that I showed Mr. Horner.
And this is the one that he said, yes, it looks like that?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer State's Exhibit number 33 to evidence at this time.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 33 is admitted.
And again, based upon that information, was there, I don't know if you call it an APB with regard to, what do you call it when you're looking for a particular type of vehicle?
We usually call it a BOL, or be on the lookout.
Okay. And was that done with regard to this type of a van that might have been spotted within the area?
Yes, sir. That information was passed to the command post, and further investigative hours were spent looking for that van.
Okay. So, at the end of this meeting with Mr. Horner, kind of tell us how it went down as far as you're meeting with him, you get this information, and then what happens?
After we finished the contact with him, we walked back to our vehicle and then went back to the command post.
Okay. As you're sitting in your vehicle getting ready to go back to the command post, did you watch Mr. Horner exit the location where he was currently at?
Yes, sir. Mr. Horner in the FedEx van backed out of the driveway, across the road, and then struck a tree on the other side of the road.
And what did he do as a result of that?
Mr. Horner exited the driver's seat, looked at the rear of the truck, and then got back into the vehicle and left.
Okay. Did you find that odd, given what you just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he seem to be paying close attention to what he was doing at that point?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to other things that you did in this investigation to try to find Athena Strand? Can you kind of just give us a brief synopsis of those things?
So after we did the second interview, we went back to the command post, and then that was when we were tasked with interviewing further family members.
Okay. Now, based upon your conversations with Mr. Drescher and Mr. Davis, were they trying to obtain some more potential evidence as to what might have happened?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ask them to obtain some more evidence?
Yes, sir. Later on the 1st and early into the 2nd of December, we obtained further information from FedEx.
Go ahead. You may answer.
We obtained from FedEx further information of Mr. Horner's delivery route on the 30th and on the 1st.
Was there some indication that there might be video in this van?
Yes, sir. We were also advised that all the vans were equipped with a dash cam.
And did you ask them to try to obtain that video information from the vehicle that Tanner Horner had been driving on November 30th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, was that able to be done on the 1st?
No, sir.
But on the 2nd, did you receive video from that van?
Yes, sir. During the afternoon of the 2nd, we obtained video from Velociter, which is the company that runs the dash cams.
Now, were they able to give you a full video of the entire event?
At the time, during the afternoon of the 2nd, no, sir. The first video we obtained was basically a phone recording of a screen of the dash cam.
Did you see something on that piqued your interest?
Yes, sir. It was a phone screen recording of a video of Mr. Horner placing a small girl into the back of his FedEx van.
And was the time on that video consistent with the time that Athena Strand went missing?
Yes, sir, as far as I recall.
Now, at approximately the same time, based upon other information that you had already obtained with regard to the routes and those sort of things, was there action being taken to try to detain Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. At the same time that we obtained that video, myself and Agent Hogan were doing surveillance on Mr. Horner during his row on the 2nd.
So for a little while on the 1st, you were diverted to speak to family members. Why was it that they were focused on speaking to family members when you're in the middle of investigating this one?
A lot of time during law enforcement investigations into a missing child abduction, your family is likely suspects. So one of our initial jobs is to follow any lead, but usually talk to the family and identify further leads from them.
And so, because you all do, I guess, the big thing that you see on TV with the FBI is profiling, right?
Yes, sir.
Explain what that means.
Basically getting it's a behavioral analysis unit. I'm not a member of it, but they basically will intake all the facts the field will get to basically create a profile of who they would generally believe to be the suspect.
And is there a lot of things that go into those kind of profiles?
Yes, sir.
Statistics and other things?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to that, is it often true that a person that is responsible for abducting a young child is often either a family member or somebody that knows that child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The stranger abductions are less common or more rare, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so with regard to this case, you were able to kind of help lead in the right direction with regard to Mr. Horner. What changed on the morning of the 1st as far as now you're back on surveilling Mr. Horner?
The morning of the 2nd was when we...
Second, I apologize.
Yes, sir. We obtained the official records of the deliveries, and basically there were some anomalies of the last package delivered was the one before the victim address of the Strand household. Then we know the Strand package was delivered because it was on their doorstep, but not marked delivered. And then there was 4 or 5 more packages that should have been delivered that night that were not delivered.
In fact, just coincidentally, did you later learn that the first delivery that first time you met him, he was at delivering a package he should have delivered the night before?
Yes, sir. Looking at the tracking numbers for all the deliveries he did not make on the 30th, the one of the packages he was delivering when we walked up to him the first time on the 1st was supposed to be delivered on the 30th by him. It was not. It was put back on the truck and then delivered by Mr. Horner on the 1st.
But he was delivering did he seem to be doing his normal route and doing his deliveries just like any other day at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever admit to you at any time that he had anything to do with the disappearance of Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Had he done so, obviously you would have taken different steps, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Instead, based upon that information, other resources were diverted to other places, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the second, when you're surveying him, were you in a position where you were able to see when he was actually taken into custody?
We arrived shortly after he was taken into custody.
All right. And who was it that took him into custody?
It was marked units from the game wardens, from the sheriff's office, from multiple different agencies.
Okay. And after that point, other than obtaining the grand jury subpoena for all the FedEx records, were you involved in this investigation any further?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness. Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. We have no issue.
I'm sorry?
We have no issue with him being excused.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel, y'all approve.
You know what? Go and talk to your jury. I need to talk to the lawyer. We had a bunch we just drank on there. Yeah. Or at least tune into. Right. All right, everybody, we will be in recess until 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Sorry, you get back tomorrow, or? I don't know. They only use me today, so I'm not sure. What about you? Are you on this the whole time? I'm shooting full for us in 3 days. We're doing it.
is CBS News, Texas.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us for CBS News Texas at 11. I'm Karen Borda. We're following two big stories this morning. President Trump is warning that, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight as the deadline looms for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But we begin with breaking news in the trial of Tanner Horner. Horner pleaded guilty this morning to capital murder in the death of 7-year-old Athena Strand in 2022. Opening statements have wrapped up and testimony is underway in the sentencing phase of the trial now.